penetrating the inner sanctum of the US government. That just sounds repulsive. I bet that virus just bounces off Donald Trump. I'm so negative. It takes one look at him and just charges in the opposite direction. And infects that tall glass of milk, Mike Pence instead. Meanwhile, over here, the excitement is rising. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, a phrase that will never seem appropriate. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is going to reveal his lockdown exit plan on Sunday. I bet he's still writing it tomorrow. This is after most people in Britain have spent the last 6 weeks at home helping to fight the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. Meanwhile, people in Sweden have been skipping gaily about, as is their wont. They shut down nothing in Sweden, and they're doing better in this mess than we are. The proposals apparently leaked to the Daily Mail, spoiling the surprise, are to be split into 5 stages over the coming months. The first changes on Monday are going to see garden centres allowed to open, and about blooming time too. It's ridiculous that they shut in the first place. Most garden centres have got food stores attached. Yummy food stores with all sorts of tasty victuals have just rotted on the shelves, as have the plants by their millions that should be in the ground, providing fresh, delicious oxygen to us mouth breathers. First changes on Monday, garden centres allowed to open and unlimited exercise allowed. I wonder if he's actually going to say that. I mean, who limits the amount of exercise that, apart from the point at which you just get bored and don't do it, or you just don't like the thought of doing it, so you don't start doing it in the first place? Apart from the way in which we limit it ourselves, is anybody paying any attention to the government saying that you must limit your exercise to a certain number of minutes a day? I mean, who's policing that? Are you going to have some copper after you with a stopwatch? Whoa, what's all this then? 61 minutes of exercise? You're coming with me. There will also be a return to sunbathing and picnics on Monday. Great. Do you know what the weather is going to be like on Monday? Freezing. Why couldn't it be today and tomorrow? It's going to be 70 mid-degrees tomorrow, which is a sensation. That's as good as you can expect on any summer's day. It's not even summer yet. And then on Monday, I think it's going back down to, just slightly above freezing. You will also be able to enjoy sunbathing, assuming you don't mind, getting a frostbite, and picnics. And more key workers' children will go back to school, apparently. Staff will start returning to businesses that stayed open during the lockdown, and open-air markets may reopen. Wet markets, perhaps? Gosh, I hope so. Staff will, I like the certainty of that phrase, staff will start returning to businesses that stayed open. Well, you know what? Maybe they won't. Did you think of that? The second, that was stage one. That will take place on Monday, apparently, according to this leaked document, which may or may not be true. But it doesn't, even if it's not true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. The second stage at the end of May, the end of this month, just to remind you, I know it's difficult for many to keep track of what day it is, and I was just slightly surprised to look down on the bottom right-hand corner of my computer and see that the month is actually 05, not 04. Where does the time go when you've got nothing to do? So the second stage at the end of May will then see primary schools gradually return with the smaller classes. But why? This virus typically bounces off for small children. They have actually become the most frightening thing to be around. Super spreaders of disease they are. Walking around like time bombs. I'd give them a huge swerve. So primary schools will gradually return. I feel for the teachers, never mind about the kids. Some outdoor sports such as golf and tennis might potentially resume. Well, why did they unresume in the first place? Golf? You're miles from another person in golf. And tennis, it's, how long is a tennis court? About 200 yards? It's about 200 yards long, a tennis court, which makes it half of 200 is 75. So that's 75 yards away you are from your competitor in tennis. Why did that stop? Open air swimming may also resume. And I refer you to the comments about it being blooming freezing next week that I gave some moments ago. Open air swimming will resume just in time for us not to want to go do it. So those are the first two stages. Third, towards the end of June, Premier League football could return behind closed doors. And when you see it on the TV, you will be able to hear how much footballers swear at each other, which is a lot. Said swear words are normally drowned out by the crowds shouting swear words unintelligibly from the stands, but this will be in pristine surround sound. They've already, they know about this, the broadcasters, of course, and they've already started to ponder how they're going to bleep footballers by providing fake crowd noise. That's just not going to work, is it? But it'll also seem properly weird that they're playing about, in silence. I suppose we just get used to it. Hell, we've got used to not going out. The third step is also secondary schools reopening before the summer holidays. Oh, but Mum, before the holidays. And outdoor gatherings of up to 30 people are expected to be allowed. Well, what's the point of that? Up to 30 people. So 30 is all right, but 40 isn't? I don't get that at all. Cafes could also reopen. Not restaurants, cafes. I don't get that either. What's the difference between a cafe and a restaurant? What's the difference between unlawful and illegal? That's the only joke I know. So cafes could reopen the end of June, so they say, in this leaked document. The fourth of 5 stages is that pubs and restaurants could reopen towards the end of August. Well, I very much doubt that if they're shut until the end of August, there will be any pubs and restaurants to open. I think the eating out culture in this country is dead. I mean, which restaurant or pub would be able to shutter itself for the best part of 5 months and then reopen and burst back into business? I mean, apart from anything else, when they do reopen pubs and restaurants, it will be with a tremendous sense of relief that they'll throw their doors open, waiting for a giddy public to burst through to find that none do. So pubs and restaurants will reopen towards the end of August, but I'd be surprised, I'd be amazed if they did. I mean, the vast majority of them, they're just not going to survive, are they? God, what a mess. And the fifth and final stage, it might take until the end of October for all remaining areas of the economy, assuming that there are still any left, including gyms to remove their shutters. Gyms. God, I bet the slump of their well-honed shoulders amongst the gym-owning fraternity could have been heard in space. The end of October before they start making any money again. So that's apparently the big reveal. The Sunday address, Boris Johnson. Now we don't have to watch it. See, it's not all bad news. Let's have a call in Boreham Wood. Joe.
Hi, good evening. Great show.
What? I've only been on for 10 minutes. But thanks. Thanks, Joe.
That's all right.
You've already made your decision.
What I'm trying to say is I don't really personally feel that Boris Johnson is the right one for the job. I mean, I would rather an independent committee made up of MPs, scientists and mathematicians, because I believe truly that he knew about this when Brexit was going on, and he done it with his own eagerness. He's an eagerness. That he wanted to be Prime Minister so badly that he forgot about it. I mean, most of the people that died, God rest their souls,
straight away. 0345 6060 973. Hopefully the experts on my desk caught that. If not, I apologise profusely. 0345 6060 973. Stephen texts, problems abound in Tanzania, he says. Wherever that is. He says, problems abound in Tanzania after President John Magufuli suggested people could pray coronavirus away. Well, wasn't that the opinion of Donald Trump's acolytes? Wasn't that Pence? Or I think that's pray the gay away, isn't it? Different. He said, President John Magufuli, if indeed there is such a person, suggested that people could pray coronavirus away. Their testing kits are producing technical errors with a papaya, a goat, and a sheep testing positive for the disease. Fake news, says Steve. Oh, my God, it's a listener with material. If only I'd known that before I started reading it, I wouldn't have started reading it. This says, stay safe, Uncle Donny. We all need a good laugh. Do you mean me? Or him? And can you please not do your radio show from the toilet? It's not, I'm not in the toilet. I'm in a perfectly seemly room. It's just got no carpets, that's all. I think that's the problem. I need carpets. God, I can only dream of having a room with a carpet. Here's a call in Dublin. Derek.
Nick, how you doing? I wanted to talk about the sustainability of this situation that we're in, because we listen to the BBC update every night from Boris Johnson or whoever is taking it at the time. Yet there's absolutely no talk about how sustainable or unsustainable this is. I mean, we have this R number of 0.5, but that, when you take it in connection with the absolute decimation of the economy, surely the time is going to come, not too soon away in the absence of a vaccine, where basically we're all going to have to take our chances with this virus. Just wonder what you thought about that, because I just don't think this can go on.
No, of course it can't. The problem that they might have next is persuading us to actually leave. I mean, nobody wants the economy to be ruined, but I think that people have in mind the more immediate threat of dying by the weekend if they go out and are unlucky. So that's going to be the problem. I mean, they've said over and over again, ministers in private, that they are surprised at how good we've been. They didn't expect us to stay in when they told us to stay in.
Exactly. But, when you listen to a lot of the commentators that are on Twitter or in the media, they're all very good giving out about how many tests that the government hasn't made. 86,000, 87,000, that they're short of 100,000, etc. But the man in the street isn't really worried about that. He wants normality, and I think that the time's going to come where a politician or a leader, not just in this country, but all around the world, is going to have to say, well, how much unemployment, what is the unemployment rate that we're going to allow it to get to before we say enough is enough?
Well, I think, yes, the idea that once we get the daily tally of horror stories down to a small amount, like double figures, not triple figures, then we'll all be able to go outside and problem will be solved. But of course, it just makes, I don't know anything about science. In fact, I know so little about science that I could be the President of the United States of America. But it seems logical to me that when we do go outside, we're just going to start catching it again because it's outside. And then what? Are we going to go? Are we going to do this again? How could we?
But that's my point. That will happen, and it irks me to say it, and I know it will irk you. So please don't cut me off. But maybe Trump has got this right, because the people who are going to perish from this are going to be. We know who are the people who is killing, and the vast majority of people either.
You've been placed on hold. Please wait.
What? Did he just place himself on hold? That's excellent. That's never happened before. Maybe phones should come with an instruction manual. But I think, like computers, they come with an instruction manual that's online. I always found that to be the most ridiculous of all. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. So you buy a new computer or a smartphone, and it does not come with a book of instructions. It comes with instructions that you have to go online to find. But you're trying to read the instructions to learn how to go online. People who design computers for the public market are morons. Anyway, he's right. When this spikes again, then what? I suspect that the only response could possibly be is to do what Boris Johnson initially said and take it on the chin. And that fellow is right. It could possibly be that Donald Trump is right, but not for the right reasons. The reason that Donald Trump wants America to get back to work is that the one thing that he could crow about was the economy. Of course, America's charge-ahead economy had absolutely nothing to do with Donald Trump. He inherited it from Obama. The lines on every metric are going precisely in the same angle as they did when Donald Trump inherited the economy from Obama. But as is the case with practically everything else he says, he fashioned a lie about it and is kidding on that it has something to do with him. He did nothing other than saddle the poor in America with another $2 trillion in debt, which he then gave to his mates, the billionaires. Incredible. And still they want to vote for him. Morons. But yes, Trump wants to get everybody back to work because he wants to get re-elected again. Specifically because I think that Barack Obama was a two-term president and Donald Trump doesn't want to only be a one-term president, because that would mean that Obama has won. He is that childish. Plus, there is also the staying out of jail part, him and all of his mates. There is that. So Trump wants America back to work regardless of the cost in lives, just so that he personally can benefit. But the direction of movement might not necessarily be the wrong way, as is evidenced in Sweden, which is doing better out of this than we are, and they have had none of the lockdown measures in place than we have. They are an outlier in that regard. Weird that Sweden and Trump and the instinct of the right wing of the Conservative Party should be in step with each other. What a bizarre and strange world we are living in. Sunbury-on-Thames, David.
Hello, Matt.
A sharp intake of breath, and then nothing happened for a while. Yes, David?
Hello, sorry, mate. Yeah, first-time caller, long-time listener. I think we should follow Scotland. I think we're rushing into it. I don't think we should be releasing lockdown so early, if I'm honest.
So early?
What do you think?
It's been ages. Why don't you think we should release lockdown at this point?
Well, I think if we release it too early, there's going to be a second wave. And
but there's going to be a second wave anyway. I mean, we're not eradicating the virus while we're staying in. We're just slowing its spread.
Yeah, but when we first started the lockdown, we were on 360 deaths per day. I think now we're on, 500?
Well, yes, but it's spread more in amongst...
So we're releasing lockdown on more deaths than what we started the lockdown. Do you think that's sensible?
How long... Okay, well, I don't think it's sensible to continue this lockdown, because that it seems to be
until
the worst of all worlds. Okay, but when we get let out eventually, if we stay in for a year and we get let out after a year, we're still going to get a second wave. People are still going to get it. This virus hasn't disappeared.
No, I agree with you. You're completely right. What I'm trying to say is, if we release it too early, it'll be catastrophe. We've started this lockdown on 360 deaths per day, and we're going to release it on 500. It's completely wrong.
But so say it went down to 1 a day, and they released us then. It's just going to shoot right back up the moment we all get out.
1 death per day.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be, but as soon as we all get let out again, we start all, jostling about and getting all hugger-mugger.
Yep, no, I agree.
Yeah, congregating, yes. Then it's just going to shoot right back up again, bound to.
No, I agree with you. But
so we should stay in forever.
No, not forever. And I understand what you're trying to say. What I'm getting at is you can't start the lockdown on 360 deaths per day.
I know you keep giving me numbers, but numbers don't mean anything. It's meaningless in the. If you look at the long game, which is that as soon as we get let out, it's going to go up regardless.
Well, I think we need to follow Scotland. Dino, to tell you the truth, I will bang against Nicola Sturgeon. I think her going against Britain, wanting to create her own currency, go separate, I weren't interested whatsoever. I thought, crack on. But what she said recently, I agree 100%. I think we should follow it.
Right, okay. Good work. Thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. They want their own currency. Well, they got their own notes. Try spending one of those south of the border. People peer at it. It's like, what's this? They say at a Scottish pound. No, we ain't got no pound notes no more, do we? £5 notes. Can't say I miss a pound note. Now, they really were diseased little pieces of rag. Horrible they were. Coins aren't much better. I think that the end of cash is charging towards us. People, the things that would have taken 10 or 20 years to change are going to be changing within months. I've got a lot to say about that. I'll get to that in a while. I think our entire way of life is about to change, some for the better and some significantly for the worst. But the planet might be happy about it. Immediately go to Manchester. John.
Hiya, Nick.
John.
I'm just wondering about all these newspapers leaking things about pubs reopening in August and all that. I don't see how it's going to be true, to be honest, because how can they keep social distancing with, obviously, everyone's together in a pub, and you can't keep social distancing in a pub.
Well, in a restaurant, it's easier. They'll just have to move the tables further apart, have less tables in there, and so on. So maybe table service in a pub? Probably not right, is it?
No, it's not right, no. It doesn't sound right either, does it? Really?
No, it doesn't. But, nothing sounds right anymore. We'll just have to get used to it.
No, it doesn't, yeah. I mean, it's like Wetherspoons. What happens to all their staff that are laid off as well? How are people going to take that?
Well, what's interesting is that, it's not interesting, it's awful, that people who work in restaurants, for instance, waiters, rely on tips, of course, to make up much of their money, because the people that run restaurants are disinclined to pay them a proper wage. So they've reduced to essentially begging for favours from the people that they serve. And the government's scheme, the furlough scheme, only pays 80% of wages, not taking into account tips. So I think that maybe is another thing that needs looking at in this country. We shouldn't have to, if you work in a restaurant or a cafe or some such place, then you shouldn't have to tout for tips to make up what should be paid as a wage by the people that you work for.
Yeah, and it's like JD Wetherspoons. What happens with all these 0-hour contracts? How can that be allowed by the government to be actually done? 0-hour contracts. It's like in supermarkets as well. Supermarkets crying out for people now as well at the same time. And I don't understand how people are getting by on 0-hour contracts.
No, me either. And I think that's maybe, if that changed too, then that would also be like a positive move. People can't just be dangled around with having the prospect of earning money held in front of them without actually giving them a proper wage for their time and the because if you're on 0 hours contract, then you give yourself up as a possible worker.
Yeah, exactly.
And so even if you're not working, you're still really on call. So that should be paid for. That should be recognised.
And yeah, you pretty much hit the nail on the head.
Taking the words right out of your mouth, like meatloaf. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I think that the problem is going to be to get us back out again. You know, one of the government's experts said Boris Johnson's hardline coronavirus lockdown message has effectively terrorised us into believing that we're going to die if we catch the coronavirus, which, by and large, we won't. This was Professor Robert Dingwall suggested that Britain had completely lost sight of the true nature of the disease because it mostly isn't killing people. Ministers have been privately saying that they are surprised that we have taken the instructions of the government so seriously. They can't believe how good we've been. They didn't think we would stay in. You know, they've taken our lack of concern at dying from something gradually, like eating too much and exercising too little and drinking too much and living amidst pollution. We aren't concerned about any of that. Or we would be thinner and healthier and less red-eyed and yellow-faced. And the government have taken that on board and have underestimated our desire not to die straight away. We're not really bothered about dying in the long term because we don't do anything about it. It's dying immediately that we react to. You know, if a car is moving towards you at 70 miles an hour, you're going to leap out the way. But if it's coming at you at 5 miles an hour, you'll probably ignore it as it's not a threat. But it'll still hurt you if it runs over you. Our brains are wired to avoid immediate threats and ignore long-term ones. It's that short-termism I keep going on about. Short-termism will do for the human race. And now we've been convinced to stay in. And we didn't take much convincing. I mean, I think most people were doing some form of distancing way before the government got its act together to tell us not to lick strangers' faces. I know I did. I stopped going to the gym for about a month before the government told me to. I had tickets for one of those theatrical cinema productions, and they ain't cheap. And I gave it up because weeks before the government told us not to go out, I thought it's probably not a good idea to, you know, get crammed into a theatre at this point. And at that point, by the way, I think Boris Johnson was still taking holidays, you know, like he had nothing to do. So, but now we've been in for such a long time, I think it's going to take quite a feat of persuasion to get us to come out again. And it's going to be doubly sad. Restaurateurs and cafe owners and shop owners are all going to express a sigh of relief when the lockdown for their particular sector is removed. But they might find that the worst is yet to come when we don't show up. Polling published this week showed almost 2/3 of the population are worried about the effects of lifting the stay-at-home curbs too early. And they're calling it coronaphobia. But they might as well call it dying phobia, because that's what it is. It's not an unrational response to being told the death figures of the day, every day for the past month. And unless Boris Johnson really does have a magic wand, and he can poof us all brave, people are going to be weighing up the value of doing things against the possibility of death. Could I gain enough satisfaction from eating a pizza at home to avoid going to a pizza parlour and catching a deadly disease? Could I staycation in my own house watching Netflix rather than going to a reopened hotel in Cornwall, where thousands of diseased people have sweated into the bed that I'll be sleeping on? Could I put up with having hair that makes me look like Donny Osmond to avoid the prospect of death by being breathed on by the barber? Yeah, I think it's going to be like the wacky races. Boris is going to fire the starting gun and we'll be off to a standing start, chained to the inside of our homes. And that's the difference between the rest of the world and Sweden. Swedes never self-isolated, didn't shut shops and bars and restaurants, so they don't have to be encouraged to start using them again because they never stopped. And it's not just know-nothing me that's saying this. Actual experts are concerned that coronaphobia could prove a major barrier to getting the nation back up and running. And that Professor Dingwall from Nottingham University He sits on what's called the New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group, or NERVTAG for short. And that feeds the Government Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, or SAGE for short. And he told the Telegraph, "We got this very strong message which has effectively terrorised the population into believing this is a disease that's going to kill you, and mostly it isn't. 80% of the people who get this infection will never need to go near a hospital," he said. The ones who do go to hospital, because they are quite seriously ill, most of them will come out alive, even those who go into intensive care. Professor Dingwall said that the UK had completely lost sight of that because of an obsession with the death toll and international comparisons. He said, all of that helps to create this climate of fear, and I'm not surprised, in a sense, that the government might take a rather cautious approach to try and unlock the lockdown, simply because they would be really nervous that if they pushed it too quickly, it'd be like having a party and nobody came. Ah. And the polls bear this out. A poll for Mail Online said 62% are more worried about the effects of the curbs ending too early, and 38% said their main concern is the havoc that they are wreaking on the economy now. So 62% want to stay in, 38% want to go out because of the economy. But I think if you ask people what they think in 10 years, when they still haven't found a job to replace the one that they lost last week, or they still haven't been able to found a business to replace the one that they lost last month, when the value of assets has skyrocketed past any normal person's ability to pay, when the young now will have suffered the worst recession in history and their prospects are ruined forever, in 10 years, if you ask people what they think, I bet that the figure will be the other way around. That 62% will be concerned that we did the wrong thing regarding the economy, to extend the lives of those who are mostly going to die shortly anyway. Now, we're in the grip of the pandemic. It's highly controversial to say that now. It seems heartless, but decades of unemployment and loss of earnings and wealth lost and hopes and dreams dashed. And it probably won't be a controversial thought in 10 years, or even next year, that we prioritise the health of mostly unhealthy people over the health of the 99% who weren't going to be badly affected by the virus. I mean, it seems insane when you think about it dispassionately, when you take out the terrible individual stories of heartache and loss, which you have to do when you're weighing up one bad choice against another. I mean, it seems to me that the route we've taken is reducing the political damage. I mean, could it be that the Conservatives' instincts about prioritising wealth over health initially was right, and that the U-turn that got us all into lockdown was because they realised that it didn't look good politically to keep up that course, alongside the obvious need to protect the elderly, of course, who make up the bulk of the Conservative voting electorate. I mean, it is properly weird that socialist Sweden and right-wing Conservatives should have been on the same page, albeit momentarily. I mean, Sweden stuck with their initial policy of no lockdown, and we switched, meaning we lost weeks while the virus spread like wildfire. The worst of all choices was deciding one thing and then switching when they lost their nerve. So what's the government going to do to get us out? Like winkles out of our shells will have to be picked. Because there's talk afoot of strikes if workers are asked to go to places that are not completely safe, where no such place exists. And a poll asked people, and 7 in 10 believe bus and train drivers, teachers and medical staff should have the right to refuse to go back to work, even if the government says it's safe. 60% said the state should keep covering a proportion of people's wages, even if, in theory, they should be able to resume their jobs. And that will probably be the winkle picker right there. The government will just stop paying people from the furlough scheme. When the money runs out, we will be forced out of our shells. Whether we have anything to go back to depends on how long it takes us to go outside again. And that depends on things changing. But unless we find a cure or a vaccine, nothing really will have changed. The death numbers may go down, but they'll shoot back up again when we go out. And the second wave of a pandemic can be much worse than the first wave. It was for the Spanish flu. So really, our response to the virus will be, after a while of ruining the future of almost everybody in the world, to go back to taking it on the chin. Because we can't go through a second lockdown in winter. If we just continued to take it on the chin, by the way, we wouldn't have to eat some limp, soggy excuse for a pizza at home, on our own, watching the latest death statistics on the news. We could have a piping hot, crispy pizza with friends in a buzzing restaurant, where you might even get the phone number of your lithe and lovely wait person. Let's have a call in Southgate. Simon.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Good evening. I think that we don't really have to look too far back in history to see that money is more important than lives, and we don't really have to look back very far. I think 2 days ago, President Trump, I know he's not a great example, but was asked what he would like to say to all the people that have died, and his response was almost incredulous, that next year they're going to have such a great economy that these people don't have to worry. So
the dead people?
Yeah. Well,
really, that's what he said. I didn't hear him say that, but I wouldn't bet against it.
No, I didn't say it. You said it. But no, the fact was, these people that have lost someone, he kind of put it aside, as in, well, don't worry, because next year we're going to have a great economic year. And
don't worry, I'll still be here. I'll still be your president. Everything will be fine. Yeah, he has no empathy, as sociopaths tend not to.
Has been his valet, the poor man.
Can you imagine having to press Trump's trousers for a living? Oh.
Yes, and
beat the stink out of his smalls.
Dandruff
awful.
Is hoovered off.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that happens. That's obviously a flippant remark, but
we're never flippant on this show, Simon. So straighten yourself out.
Okay. Well, I mean, the man that, hoovers his dandruff off his jacket.
Yeah, okay, we've done the dandruff bit. Yeah, we've done that bit. Move on.
Someone else.
Or just wave ta-ta. Okay, thanks a lot, Simon. Excellent work. 0345 6060 973. Roger tweets, I'm surprised you never mentioned barbers in your opening monologue. Most blokes are looking like Robinson Crusoe. Yes. I've decided not to go outside because I read that your hair grows more quickly in the sunshine. Is that true? I don't know whether it's true or not, but even if it's not true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. Ron texts, it's been a while, but can I ask you if your car is still functioning and if you're using it during these pleasant, clear road days? Yes, well, I had some emergency travelling to do, and I have noticed that it's just glorious. The M25 is completely deserted. You could play hopscotch in the fast lane of the M25 at the location of your choosing and be completely safe. It's glorious out. Not for long, I bet. Let's have Newport. Mark.
Hi, Nick. Let's hope there's no kids out there listening to your advice about playing hopscotch on the M25, eh?
That's excellent advice, by the way, and is the official position of LBC.
I know you're only saying it tongue-in-cheek, but there are actually some stupid people out there. It wouldn't surprise me if they tried it. But anyway, thanks for having me on. This is the second time I've spoke to you. I love your show. Say, like, you're the best show on radio. In fact,
thanks,
I was a little bit annoyed with you a few weeks back. You had that night off. You pulled a sickie. Apparently, you had food poisoning. So that
Well,
ruined
yeah,
that
I thought it was
weekend.
food poisoning, but I've come to believe, based on no information of any kind, that I actually had the thing, it.
Corona.
Yeah.
If you'd have had that, you'd have known about it. That's why I'm ringing you.
Well,
to
no,
tell you,
that's absolutely incorrect, Mark. That's absolutely not true.
Well,
a vast
actually, yeah,
number
there
of people who have coronavirus have no symptoms at all.
Well, that's true, actually. Okay, I stand corrected on that one. But I was also upset with you then. Was it the weekend after that? Even though this may not have been totally your fault, I think you were on air from home and you had technical problems, didn't you? I think you lost about 3/4 of
Issues.
the show. So that's 2 weekends of mine you've ruined. Every week, the only thing I look forward to, honestly, every week, the only thing I look forward to in my life is a Friday and Saturday night listening to you, 10 till 1. But anyway...
Well, that's very nice of you to say so, Mark. Thanks very much.
That's okay. I just wanted to tell you about the time I had coronavirus, if that's okay.
Okay. Go on.
Basically, I'm 36 years old, and I share a flat with a 60-year-old Polish lady. And it was back in December, before we even knew what the coronavirus was. My housemate came down with this really bad cough. She was absolutely fine in terms of being herself, going about her business, but her cough was unbelievable for about 3 weeks. I mean, sometimes she was coughing that hard, I thought she was going to drop dead. It was really worrying. And then just as that faded, I came down then with what I thought was man flu. But I remember thinking at the time, this ain't like any man flu I've ever had. I just had a pounding headache. My nose was running a little bit, but not too bad. My bones were just aching like mad. I could just feel them. Sort of my whole body was just like vibrating, and I was like seeing things, like sort of tripping, I mean, I've never done acid, but if I assume if I ever did, that's what it would be like.
What things were you seeing? Like what?
I don't know. I was
seeing?
Seeing all sorts of crazy stuff. Mad colours.
Did you see an eye in a pyramid?
No, that's one of the few things I didn't see. But but yeah, I
did you see
remember
paisley shapes by any chance?
No, I didn't.
Little flashes of intense colour. Did you see witches with long teeth eating your feet?
That's what I love about you, Nick. Your crazy sense of humour. It's fabulous. But anyway, I remember thinking at the time, like, look, I've had man flu before a couple of times, but I don't ever remember it being like this. And then anyway, after about, probably 10, 11 days I was in bed, probably 14 days I was housebound altogether, and then it took me another week after that to fully recover before I could go back to work. So yeah.
Well, I'm not a doctor, just like President Trump. I'm not a doctor, but that does sound like it to me.
Yeah, it was horrendous. There's only 2 times I've been that ill in my life. I actually thought I was going to die. That was one of them. And the other time, years ago, I had a thing called Quincy. Do you know what that is?
He's the guy who produced the Michael Jackson albums?
No. When you get tonsillitis, they're like little spots on your tonsils, little yellow spots. Well, I used to get tonsillitis all the time.
Yeah, me too.
It's horrible, but once I had a thing called Quincy, and basically it's just like one big pus ball on your tonsil.
Oh my God, stop describing it to us, Mark.
Keep it to yourself. Absolutely horrible. That knocked me six for a...
Okay, well, send us a picture in the post. Thanks a lot, mate. He said the P word. I thought I'd had it. I had no evidence to prove it. But that one day that I took off, which I'm still annoyed at, because I don't take holidays and I don't take sick days. I think I must have taken 2 sick days in the entire time I've been at LBC, maybe 3. The first one was the first day I ever did LBC. That was a sore throat. What a way to start a new job, eh? I had to bail on my very first show because I found it really hard to speak. Very, very sore throat. And on the way to work, I stopped on double red lines to nip into a chemist and get a throat spray. Warning, do not use throat sprays because I thought, oh, this will make everything much better. And I sprayed it in the back of my throat about 10 seconds before it went on the air, and the news finished, and I opened my mouth, and nothing came out, and I had to bail after about 10 minutes. I just could not speak. But just the other week, I felt I had a dicky tummy, and I thought, well, if I drive to work now, take about an hour, I could have explosions north and south in the car. Not the best place to have that kind of illness. So I took the day off, but that was it, just one day, and which I blamed on mushrooms, supermarket mushrooms, not the other type. So I threw them away, and I'm loath to throw food away. I will not be one of those people that chucks away 30% of the food that they buy, which apparently we do. I don't know if 30% is accurate, but if you say it out loud, it becomes true. Every now and again, some eager beaver finds out how much food we throw away as a country, and I don't want to be one of those people. That's talk about insane. That's sort of a wasteful way to live. But I chucked out the mushrooms thinking that they had done me down. But I don't think it was. I think it was it. Gosh, it would be great to know if we've had it, wouldn't it? Assuming that there's some sort of immunity that comes with having had it. And it'd be a very strange virus if there was none. We still don't know that yet, but the assumption is that it will provide you with some sort of immunity. You could go out and play. You get a haircut. But apparently we are not allowed to know that because our government has not seen fit to test us all. Unlike Germany's, which has been doing tremendous work in that regard. Why we can't keep up with Germany, I do not know. Well, actually, I do know. I've got detailed files. I know precisely why we can't. And it does not reflect well upon this government. Never mind. At least, they've only just taken over from 10 years of disastrous Labour leadership under the premiership of Jeremy Corbyn for the last decade. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's right. It wasn't, was it? No, actually not his fault. It must be the Conservatives then, I expect. Gosh, I hope that Stephen Miller Lurch out of the Addams family in the States doesn't get ill. Gosh, wouldn't that be awful if he got ill? Fingers crossed. Steve texts, people in Wales have already been told that in Wales, the lockdown will remain in place for another 3 weeks. But from Monday, we will be able to visit garden centres and have more than one exercise period per day. You aren't going to exercise twice a day. Who are you kidding? He says trips to the seaside were specifically forbidden. But strangely, there was some talk of public libraries and civic centres beginning to open. Well, that's just madness. Why can't people go to the seaside, for crying out loud? I mean, if this virus is so deadly that you can catch it at the seaside with the wind and the outsideness of it, most of the seasides are outside. I think I'm right with that. If you can catch it at the seaside, then we are all going to get it. That just seems nuts. But what do I know? Jim texts, if the second wave is bigger than the first, that will negate the lockdown efforts. It will be like taking 4 days of a 7-day course of antibiotics. However, that's just my thoughts as an ex-plasterer. As an ex-magician, you mean? How plasterers do it is... I've never actually watched one do it. Oh, I bet videos are available on an internet. But how do you get the plaster to stay up? How do you plaster a ceiling, for crying out loud? It's impossible. It's a magic trick. Let's have who's been waiting the longest? Point one out to me. Highlight it. Who? Munesh in Southall. I'll go with Munesh in Southall then. Yes, sir.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, this lockdown has affected me quite badly. Since the lockdown, I've got my clippers out and tried to cut my own hair, and my wife accused me of looking like Kim Jong-un from North Korea, and she kicked me out of the bedroom. So there you go.
How did you manage to clip your hair to look like Kim Jong-un out of South Korea?
Okay, well, you try your left-hand side first above your ears, and then you try your right-hand side in front of a mirror, and it just doesn't work out right unless you're a professional barber, and then you end up like me.
But that's supposed to be the easiest way to cut your hair, with clippers, isn't it? I mean, any fool could do that. No, apparently not.
Well, maybe I'm a bigger fool than many fools, I don't know. But I look like a complete... I'm not going to say the word.
A complete dictator, yeah.
Yeah. You got the first three letters right.
If you say so.
More importantly, with this lockdown and what we're doing, should we really be trusting Bojo, who got us into this mess, who got the lockdown wrong in the first place? Are we going to really trust him to get out of the lockdown?
Well, who else have we got?
Well, I think he should just prorogue himself and let his cronies and his staff deal with it, because obviously they're a bit more qualified than him and they'll do a better job.
Yes, we should stop. I think the problem is that politically they found it difficult to stick with their original instinct, which was to just let it sweep all over us and take out some old and sick, the old and the sick, in a relatively small number compared to the amount of misery that this lockdown is going to cause in the next year and the next 10 or 20 years, or maybe 100. Well, I mean, think of it. We've had 10 years of austerity, creating all sorts of misery with all of the deaths that go with that. And after the 10 years of austerity, we owe, which was brought in order to take the amount of money that the country owes down. It went up. After 10 years of austerity, we owe more now as a country than we did 10 years ago. So if 10 years of austerity had no effect on the amount of money that we owe, then how long a period of austerity is going to be required to fix this problem, which is going to be much worse than the economic crash of 2007?
Yeah, I agree that it's going to be much worse. But having said that, the times are different. And don't forget that the measures that we can take are also different. If you look at the basic rules of economics, in the old days, printing money was a disaster because it caused inflation. But if you look at it now, where people don't have money, that measure is still available, and the government, with the assistance of the Bank of England, could print money and just give money to people to spend, knowing that it's not going to have a counter effect on inflationary measures in the country.
If they gave the money directly to people, you might have a point, but they aren't going to do that. As we know, the Conservatives' instincts will be to give money to banks, which will then be able to lend it at a profit to people that are desperate.
I can tell you frankly now, banks aren't doing that correctly. They are withholding the money and they're not doing their job properly. I can tell you 100%.
Well, of course not. Well, who would expect them to do that? If you back a lorry up of money, of free money to a bank, and expect them to then dole it out at a minimum cost to a borrower, then you're dreaming. They're not going to do that. They see all that money coming in, and their immediate thought is, how can I get the maximum amount of that money for myself? And what they do is they buy back shares, and which increases the value of their bonuses. That's what happened with the money last time around. It didn't get trickled down to the little people. It went on assets, which is why the cost of expensive stuff went through the roof.
But Nick, maybe that's where we need to look at it and find a way where it actually gets to the people.
Right. Well, that would probably be electing a Labour government. And we were asked 3 times in a row, and we decided we didn't like that. We didn't like the notion of socialism. We much prefer the winner takes it all route, and fingers crossed, hope that we become a winner. Although, if you were not born rich, then it's vanishingly unlikely that you will become rich. But that's what we're led to believe, that you buy a lottery ticket, fingers crossed. All right, thanks a lot, Munesh. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, this idea of this trickle-down economics, this is going on in America as well as here, which should not be surprising, because what happens in America happens here as well, because it's the same people funding it, pretty much. And hang on a minute, I'll just wait. I've got so much material here. Trains, no, hang on. Wait one moment. Right. So this notion that giving tax cuts to the wealthy and to corporations is going to sort it all out, which seems to be the instinct of the right, has been proven to be wrong so many times, over and over and over again, and still people vote for the parties that say that that's the cure to all our ills. This was in the Washington Post a couple of days ago. The Washington Post is, as you know, fake news. Republicans who long ago abandoned any pretense of fiscal responsibility, tax cuts are the all-purpose remedy for whatever ails the country. When the economy is good, cut taxes. When the economy is bad, cut taxes. Even so, the tax proposals the Trump administration is floating appear especially irrelevant to today's problems. And I say this because we seem to be getting our cue from America. We're turning our back on Europe, the rainbow coalition of happy Europeans, and putting all our eggs in the furious orange basket of the President of the United States of America. So what he does, we'll probably do straight after. 4 tax cuts are most frequently offered up by administration officials in America. First is President Trump's repeated call to expand the deductibility of business meals and entertainment expenses. He's so keen to do that. It's comical. You know, businesses writing off meals against their tax. Why would a man, or their entertainment expenses, why would a man who owns restaurants and golf courses want the people to be able to take the expense of golf courses and restaurants and set it off against tax? Gosh, it just boggles the mind, doesn't it? The White House had 2 months and nearly unlimited resources to develop a plan for rescuing the economy, and so far this brain trust hasn't come up with anything better than letting companies write off sports tickets and steak dinners. No matter that major athletic events and concerts remain cancelled, meaning that there are few entertainment opportunities available to deduct, or that even where restaurants have reopened, Americans are afraid to dine out on the company's dime or otherwise. Never mind that procuring the ingredients for expense account meals has become challenging, what with meat processing plant closures caused by hordes of sickened workers, or that most of the people laid off and most of the small eateries facing bankruptcy are unlikely to be the typical beneficiaries of 3 martini lunches anyway. It's all going to be top-end places, like those that are run by Donald Trump. Then there are the various proposals to cut or possibly eliminate capital gains taxes, the favourite hobby horse of White House economic advisor Larry Kudlow. This would be a huge windfall for the wealthiest Americans and is unlikely to have any substantial stimulative effect on the economy. And that's probably where we're going. If you want to know where we're going, just look at where America is. Capital gains are already taxed extremely lightly. Long-term capital gains are taxed at a preferential, a much lower rate than regular income, which is why the super rich like to pay themselves with capital gains rather than income. Which is why that statistic that people trot out, that apologists trot out all the time about the super rich paying a vast proportion of the income tax collected, rather misses the point, because their wealth is not tied up in income, it's in assets. And most assets gains accrue to the ultra-wealthy. 3/4 of taxable long-term capital gains go to households in the top 5% of the income distribution. 3/4 of the wealth earned by capital goes to the top 5%. And then there's the proposal to make permanent a provision of the tax law of 2017, one that allows firms to immediately write off the full cost of most kinds of capital investments. Already full expensing is in effect through 2022, so this proposal would spend billions to incentivize businesses to buy equipment 3 years from now. And finally, there is the proposed payroll tax cut, which is the only one that has the theoretical possibility of helping regular workers, the little people, to the extent that the incidence of these taxes is borne by employees rather than firms, actual employee tax reduction. But if consumers are afraid to go out and employers can't guarantee safe workplaces, slashing payroll tax is unlikely to result in much hiring. It's an ineffective way to provide assistance to people not actually on payrolls. I think that this is an excellent time to bury bad news. And tax cuts for the super rich are going to be just around the corner. And they'll be sold to us as a method of helping us out of this economic malaise. Be on full alert, everybody. Let's have a call in Eltham. Anna.
Hi, Nick. It's Anna, yes. I'm a first-time caller, and I'm really nervous.
Oh, well, me too.
Okay.
All right, so let's set you at ease, Anna. So how's the day been?
Very fine.
Yeah. Nice weather we're having, eh? Have you seen the forecast for next week? Blooming freezing.
No, not yet.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be cold next week. Really, really cold. Like hot tomorrow, just like today. And then on Sunday, it's going to drop about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Can you believe that?
Yes.
You can believe that?
I do believe.
Right.
Okay, Nick.
You're a believer.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay now.
Are you all right now? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Off you go.
Yeah, you did mention about President Magufuli from Tanzania.
Oh, yeah.
Firstly, I'm going to train you on how to pronounce his name. It's
okay, go ahead.
Magufuli. Yes. Okay, what it
Magufuli?
is... Magufuli.
Yeah, Magufuli.
No, Magufuli.
Magufuli.
Yes. It's regarding the testing. I did read this on the newspaper as well. He did test coronavirus test on goat, papaya, and sheep. Sheep as a lamb. I think he's
Goats,
absolutely right.
Papaya and sheep.
Yeah, papaya.
Papaya.
Sheep as SHEEP.
E-E-P.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
in case you were wondering what it was that Anna was saying. Sheep, she was saying.
My accent,
yes.
Sheep. He did the test.
Some people were running around pulling their hair out in a state of advanced alarm. Anna was saying sheep, everybody.
My pronunciation is exactly like how you couldn't pronounce Magufuli, because English is not my first language.
No. Magahuli?
Magufuli.
Magahuli.
No.
Yes.
Gu. It's the gu which you can't pronounce properly. It's gu.
Go.
Magufuli.
Magahuli.
No.
Anyway, it seems like it's like Magaluni. He's testing papyra. Oh, is that it? She's gone. Furious. Okay, thanks a lot, Anna.
Pardon?
Yes, go on.
Yeah, the coronavirus test kits, they were imported to Tanzania. So before testing the population in Tanzania, he decided to test like goat, papaya,
a goat, papaya,
sheep, and the test for the goat papaya, it came out positive.
Okay. Well, I'm upset to hear that, particularly for the papaya. It may never recover. All right. Well, thanks for the bad news, Anna. That's Professor. That's the President Magahuli. Oh, she's gone. She's not playing that game anymore. 0345 6060 973. Peter texts, if you give me your address, I'll bring some carpet round. Regards. I'm absolutely not going to be doing that, Peter. Stu says, the first computer I bought in the late 90s came in a big cardboard box, packed in polystyrene and plastic. It took me ages to unpack it. Chapter 1 in the instruction manual, which was inside the box, was how to unpack your computer. Oh, how I laughed, says Stu. Don't you think that's bizarre, though, that a computer, one of the most complicated, the most complicated thing that we have in our homes, comes with no instructions? You have to be able to set it up on your own without looking at instructions before you can see the instructions, which are online. You need your computer to work to find out how to get it to work. Have these people lost their minds? Susan texts, I think we should abolish democracy and make you our leader, as in me. You are the solution to all the world's problems, says Susan. Well, that is true. Thanks for pointing that out, Susan. Well spotted. This anonymous text says, in all capital letters, New World Order. As though that actually means something. What does that mean? One of these conspiracy people. Hey, speaking of conspiracies, by the way, you know the chemtrail people who look into the sky and they think that we are all being poisoned by planes squirting out chemicals out the back for, mind control or whatever silly thing it is that they think is happening up there, that all of the world's governments have got together to plot against us, as though such a thing, in secret, by the way, as though such a thing could be possible. Well, now there ain't no planes in the sky. And what's different, by the way? What's changed? If you're so convinced that they were poisoning us or trying to gain thought control or whatever daft thing it is you convince yourself is true, now there ain't no chemtrails in the sky, what's changed? Nothing. Apart from the sky is bluer. And you can actually see the stars at night and breathe the air. You know that funny smell? Fresh air, that is. Steph texts, at 3 a.m. and half a bottle of grappa down, I convinced myself I needed a beard straightener to sort out my catweasel catwalk look. It worked. I now look like I've swallowed a Yorkshire Terrier. Please warn your listeners not to tamper with their locks in lockdown. What's a beard straightener? Is it a thing that straightens beards? I never heard of such a thing. What's a beard straightener? If it's a hair straightener, that's probably not a good idea to put it anywhere near your face. Your beautiful face! Karen texts, I also have cut my hair with large kitchen scissors. I now look like Richard III. Brackets, not a good look. I bet it looks great on you, Karen. From a distance. Now, I haven't got to the point at which I feel like I really need to cut my hair yet. And I've deliberately not bought a pair of scissors or thinning scissors, which seems to me as though it would be easier based on no knowledge of any kind whatsoever. I mean, if you just thin your hair, then it can stay at the same length, but it just is thinner. It'll be, easier to cope with in a heat wave, like we're going to have tomorrow. Not on Sunday, or the whole of next week, though. Just in time for us being allowed out. Boris Johnson's going to tell us on Sunday, you can all go out now. And it's going to be blooming freezing outside. Yeah, thanks a lot, Boris. But I haven't actually attacked my own hair yet. And I've deliberately not bought scissors or thinning shears because I don't really want to. I don't want to have spent money that I'm not actually going to need. But then the prospect of going to a barber and having breathe over you for half an hour is just awful. What are we going to do? If only I kept all of those 1970s shirts, with the ones with the collars so large a plane could land on them. The sort of cream ones with penny farthing bicycle prints all over them. You remember? God, I'd look fantastic. As in science fiction. Let's have Sheffield. Darryl.
Hello, mate.
Darryl.
Hello.
Yes, Darryl.
Hello, mate. No, I was just going to say, my missus, I ain't going to good at barbers again. She cut me hair, give her a chance. She's done a fantastic job. So I think I'd rather save 15 quid a month on that. She's done a brilliant job.
Now, be honest, though. She's standing right by you while you're saying this, isn't she?
But
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I let her do it first. She had a couple of goes. It took her about an hour. A lot longer than what Barbie does, but I'm quite happy. And I think the more she practices, the better she'll get.
Yeah, okay. Now, have you seen the back of it, though? Has she held up a mirror so that you can see the back of your head?
Yeah, she did, mate. She did. And it looked quite good. It looked all right.
Did you give her a tip?
But, like I say, the more she practices, the better she'll get.
Right. Well, that sounds like damning. That sounds like damning with faint praise to me. I mean, first of all, it was fantastic, and now it could be better.
Well, practice makes perfect.
Well, I suppose
it
so.
It was her first go. I can't fault it. She's done a blinding job.
You see, none of this evidence can be submitted to court because you're giving it under duress. She's standing behind you with a pair of scissors in her hand.
Now, accept pictures. I'll send you a picture of my haircut.
All
and
right,
you can judge for yourself. It's not bad,
I will do. Okay, then. Give me a before and after, and I'll make my decision.
I agree with you on the America, with the health system. I think it's a way of England copying America, going private through the back door. But when you said voting Labour to get what we want now, I think that's wrong, mate. I think Labour's got us in this mess to start with.
You've got to be kidding me. What's it got to do with Labour?
Well, you said vote Labour to get what was it for workers?
No, if people are concerned about the lack of money that's being spent on the NHS and so on, we had the opportunity 3 times over to vote for a party that proposes itself as a more socialist alternative, and we decided that we would rather not pay a penny more in tax. And the people who work at the NHS can go and jump at themselves if they want a pay rise. That was our non-expressed thought at the time.
Right. My point.
In fact, if you look back at when the junior doctors were demanding more pay and less onerous hours and all the rest of it, the headlines in the newspapers were "sack them all." So, we can pretend that we are supportive of the workers in the NHS by applauding them for an hour a week, for a minute a week. But when it comes down to actual money, we'd rather keep the tax ourselves. As though the two are not in some way connected, the tax that we pay and the amount that they earn. It looks like we've run out of time, but I'm glad about your hair. Thanks. Anonymous text says, again, if I call, will I get through? Well, you roll the dice and you take your chance. It's got nothing to do with me. That is completely in the gift of my glamorous assistant. It is him or her that you have to get past before you get to me. What the requirements are, I've got no idea. Maybe send a video in of you doing a tap dance, something like that. Let's have, I don't know where you are. Maybe you will be able to tell me. Jane. Where are you, Jane?
Hello, Nick. I'm in Poplar.
Yes, Jane. Poplar?
Yeah, good old Poplar, next to Billingsgate Market, and I live on a boat.
You live on a boat?
Yes.
What's life like on a boat?
Personally, for me, it's great.
What's the worst thing about living on a boat?
Yet.
No, yeah, what's the worst thing about living on a boat?
It's quite physical. I mean, you have to wash your boat where you don't have to wash your house. So, yeah.
You have to wash your boat?
Yeah, because of the pollution.
Oh. So we're talking about just the deck, not the underside of it?
No,
are we?
Well, you have to take it out to have that done. But
how often do you have to wash the bottom of your boat?
It depends on what sort of epoxy you put on it. It could be every 2 years, or it could be every 5 years.
Wow, maybe I could cover myself in that. Wouldn't that be marvellous? Only having to wash every 5 years.
But anyway, you know what I rang about, I assume.
No. Do tell.
Dreams.
Dreams?
Yeah.
Right. Yes, dreams.
I've talked to various people friends, obviously. My dream pattern has changed totally. I have the most weird dreams, but they tend to be the same dream over and over again with a slightly different person in it.
Right. Well, the doctor is in, Jane. You're in luck. So tell me about your dream. Leave out the disgusting
really
parts.
Annoyed me was I'd left a handbag somewhere. And
now, is this in real life? Is this in real life, or is this the dream?
This is a dream.
This
and
is a dream,
I was
okay.
constantly going back to find this bag.
Yeah.
And all during the night, I was going back to this dream. I've never had that before. My dreams tend to be random. I don't always remember them. But numerous people I've talked to have said, oh, I've had that. You get locked into a dream. And I said, yes, and it's very annoying.
What, they were trying to find your handbag too?
Oh, no, Nick. No, of course they weren't. Numerous people I've talked to have said, we're having these dreams that repeat and repeat and repeat. So, put it out
it's like watching, it's like watching the BBC, isn't
all
it?
my friends that have these dreams that reoccur and reoccur. I've never had this before.
Yeah, I've read that people are having weird dreams because I suppose our lives have been turned upside down a bit, and our brains are going, what the... Just like people's pets. They're thinking, what the hell's going on here? Why is this person in the house all the time? I used to have this place to myself, they're thinking. And I suppose brains are all, askew at the moment.
You actually sometimes think, right, what day is it? Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yeah. It must be Friday because whatever. I'm a key worker.
I was thinking a little while ago what month it is. Never mind about day. I was surprised to learn that it's actually the 5th month. We're practically halfway through the year already.
I know. I mean, I'm a key worker. So
in what way are you key?
I work on the frontline reception in a hospital.
Okay.
It's... At least I've got some sort of structure. I retired, but I go back 2-3 times a week. And what's wonderful is they say, do you want to work whatever? I go, no. I can do that. But I get on the train and I feel quite guilty. I have to be honest, Nick, I'd like somebody to challenge me and go, why are you on the train?
What, just so you can put them in their place?
No, I'll just say, representative of TfL, and I'll show them my badge. Because I sit on the train and I look at people...
Wait a minute, does that actually happen? A representative from TfL will walk up to a customer and say, why are you using our service? Does that happen? Surely not.
No, they don't, but I think they should. I mean,
I would have to guess that people who are using public transport have to use public transport. Nobody wants to get on a bus or a train these days, surely.
I'm not being funny, Nick. There was an elderly gentleman, very well attired, on my train today on my way to work, and I thought, why are you on the train?
Well, because he has to be, I would guess.
Why?
Oh, I've got no idea. Maybe he was going through an important business person's meeting. Maybe the future of his company was in the balance. Maybe he was engaging in a tryst, perhaps.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But
anyway, back to your weird dreams. So, are you telling me that you wake up in the middle of the night and then when you go back to sleep, you continue the same dream?
Yeah.
Wow. That's very unusual.
It's not an unpleasant dream. It's just...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if other people do this, but while I'm asleep, I can actually, in my head, go, why am I back in this dream? I don't know. Other people couldn't do that. I don't know. But it repeats.
Jane, I think that this isn't a dream you're having. You're experiencing a kink in the matrix. Do you know Kung Fu?
God. Yes, I know what you're going on about.
You do? Well, proof positive. All right, thanks a lot, Jane, and the best of luck with your handbag. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I've heard that a lot, that people are having very, very strange and weird dreams. The only repeat dream that I ever have is being late for a radio show. And I guess that an allied one is doing a radio show and not having the next CD queued up. Because it were grand when I were a lad. Radio stations used to play actual CD. Well, before they used to play actual records. I can remember that. Queuing up the record, and then winding the record back to find the beginning of it. All that scratching is making me itch, doing the wiki wiki woo. And then we used to play CDs. A giant rack of CDs would be on the wall behind you. And I always felt like I was catching up. While a CD is playing, particularly if it's We Will Rock You by Queen, which is only about 2 minutes 20 long, something like that. You had to have the next CD lined up and ready to go in the machine before the current one ended. Otherwise, there'd be a giant period of dead air. And even on a 4-hour show, I always felt that at the end of 4 hours, I was still desperately trying to catch up, which is mad. But I used to get that a lot when I was actually, this is not the dream part, this was in real life, late for my own show while it was on the air. And I get that dream, like the CD's coming to an end and I haven't got anything else lined up and ready to go. Oh my God, I'm going to have to speak. But in those days, you weren't allowed to speak for more than about 10 seconds every fourth record. Otherwise, a giant spike would be released in your chair and pin you to the spot. But I get that dream a lot, just being late for stuff. And I haven't been late for anything in ages. Actually, not since I heard a little radio documentary about being late. It was a couple of years ago now. And somebody delighted in being ridiculously early for everything. You know, they'd arrive an hour before they had to actually be somewhere. And they would spend that hour just being delighted that they were on time. As opposed to what I've always done my entire life, frantically rushing to be just slightly late for everything. With, you know, all of the deleterious effects that involves. Stress and, running into traffic and missing your train and freaking out and all the rest of it. So from that moment on, I thought, oh yeah, why am I always... Because I always used to gauge the time it would take in the best possible circumstance if absolutely nothing went wrong from being at home to being where I needed to be. Like if on the best, luckiest day, the train ride and the walk there and back would take 30 minutes, I would leave exactly 30 minutes before I had to be somewhere from home. Nuts. Because, on most days, the train didn't arrive at the precise second that you got to the station. But I would assume that it would. Crazy. And so I heard this fella talking about how he delighted in being preposterously early for things. And, just taking in, if you're an hour early for a meeting, you just walk around the block and look at the architecture and hear the Tweety birds and maybe have a coffee and, just relax, man. Just relax. And then since then, I don't think I've been late for anything. And, gosh, it's so much better. And yet, I still dream about being late for stuff. So, that's my brain, that is. I'm stuck with it. Apparently. Here is Wanstead. Sophie.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Okay, I have an ulterior motive for ringing today.
Yeah.
It's my birthday, so I just wanted you to wish me a happy birthday, number one.
Yeah, I haven't got my sound effects. Ding, 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 ding. I'll do it manually.
Thank you. And in fact, I think it's the nicest birthday I think I've ever had.
In what way?
The calls, the texts, the phone calls, the visits, socially distanced, of course. I had sets of friends coming to see me. I had a military jeep outside. One of my friends, her husband...
A military salute for your birthday? It's just you and the Queen.
I had a jeep. I did feel like the Queen. I just didn't see the red arrows. Her husband is involved in some sort of initiative where youth or teenagers do things related to, I think it's the Territorial Army, and they turned up with this great big green military green jeep with a number, and it was just amazing.
For your birthday?
Yeah.
Wow. Is that a wise use of military personnel and equipment?
It did make me feel like the Queen. This was the best birthday. It was amazing, and I got to sit behind it and had a picture, and it was lovely. It was lovely.
If it made you feel like the Queen, that's good. If it made you feel like Saddam Hussein and they pulled you out of a drain, then that's probably bad.
I know, exactly. So, count my blessings. But the other thing is that I did miss a little bit of your show at the beginning because I was still making returning calls for my birthday. But you mentioned the hair business again, and last week I said it was a little bit out of control. So it wasn't looking hopeful. I had a blunt pair of scissors, which weren't actually hairdressing scissors. 2 of my lights have gone in my bathroom. My fringe is was so long, I could not see what I was doing. But actually, I've produced a pretty decent job, and I need to have a conversation with my hairdresser and ask him what he's been charging me for all these years.
Did you cut straight across horizontally, or because I've noticed, they cut... Some barbers, they don't cut straight across. They cut with the scissors held vertically. So they just snip tiny little bits off. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. There's a knack to cut it, and he does it so well. I will reveal the secret. So you push all your hair back if you have a fringe, and then he skims the top layer of the fringe and pins it back. So you have a horizontal parting. Snip, 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 horizontally. And then he combs the other half down and then snip, snip, snip. And that's exactly what I did. But you hold your hair...
all there is to it.
And he charges me a king's ransom. And this is why we're having a conversation.
Right.
But it's done now. And I can actually see where I'm walking. So, but today was a lovely day. It was a beautiful day. And I'm so glad that they commemorated... Well, it's a shame they couldn't commemorate it the way they had planned. But what was really disappointing, Nick, was I heard Majid Nawaz in the morning announce that the red arrows were just about to go past. And I thought it was a strange time to do it just after 10. And I think if I'd known, I would have positioned myself somewhere I could have seen it.
Right.
So I think the whole country could have joined in if maybe they'd done it after the 2-minute silence.
Well, only if the red arrows flew over the whole country.
Well, the thing is, you can see them from where I... Yeah, you could see them from where I am, so I guess I was just being selfish. It's my birthday.
Yeah, but it was your birthday, exactly right. Okay, well, happy birthday, Sophie, and congratulations on that whole hair situation. Well done. Put a video on the World Wide Web and we can see how you did it. 0345 6060 973. I'm not sure about all these people who say that they've cut their own hair and have had tremendous results. Where's the evidence to suggest that it's a tremendous result? Shane Tex went to the pub yesterday and bought compost, plants, vegetables and milk. I have heard that some pubs have repositioned themselves as corner shops, which seems like an excellent idea. I mean, why not? You don't even have to have a place where people can walk in and wander around. You could just have a table across the front of your establishment, and people could tell you what they want, and then you could go and get it for them. I mean, that's what they did in the DIY place. Actually, it's more of a trade, builder's merchant. But instead of walking in and choosing for yourself, they just put a table across the door, and then you told them what you wanted, and then they went and got it for you. Better. Kath texts, if Boris suddenly set us all free, would you actually go and get a haircut? I know I wouldn't, says Kath. I have MS, so sadly I'm in this for the duration. I do agree with you that no matter what we do, there will be a second peak, probably a third too. Well, that's what they say. Experts are saying exactly that. And that the second wave is worse than the first. So we've got that to look forward to. But what are we going to do? We can't possibly get locked down again. I mean, the economy is going to take decades to recover as it is. As it is, it's going to be the worst recession that anybody has ever seen in history. We can't go through it again, can we? I mean, that's impossible. Let's have Detroit. Roland. Well, that's much too long ago. Oh, there you are. Yes. Okay. So
Hi.
we are on delay. Yes, Roland.
So, great show. Lovely stuff. We've never spoken before, I don't think. I listen to LBC every day, even though I'm over here in the States. Yeah, it's a lovely show. Good work.
Okay, thanks.
It's crazy over here.
Yes. Well,
but you know what? I'm getting $960 a week unemployment from the Orange Man.
$960 a week.
Yeah,
that sounds like a lot.
It was paid the day after. The day after I asked for it.
Yeah.
You know,
does everybody get $960 a week? Surely not.
Yeah, they do. You only don't get it if you earn more than a certain amount of money. Plus, on top of that, I got $1,200 as a one-off thing.
So, what are they calling the $960?
I don't know. Free money? I'm not sure. We'll probably have to pay it back at some point. But
yeah, but what are they calling it though? Unemployment benefit,
unemployment furlough. Normally it's about $300 and something, and then they're giving an additional $600 COVID bonus.
Really, I find that hard to believe.
What? You think I'm lying to you, or
no? I don't. Well, I don't know. I mean, $960. That's $52,000 a year, pretty much.
I'm not. I'm serious, Nick. I wouldn't come on LBC and just make that up.
Okay, then.
Hey, I just want to say happy birthday to that girl that was on before. It's my birthday on Sunday.
Ah, well,
and I had
congratulations.
A successful home haircut. I did it myself. So
really,
there you go.
Well, I'm hearing that a lot, but I've seen no evidence to suggest that it's true.
Well, I'll send you a picture of my bank statement with my $960 a week and a picture of my haircut, if you like.
Okay, then.
It's all online. You can check it out on Roland's House on Facebook. I stream live.
Most certainly will do nothing of the sort. But thanks for the invite. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. That seems unusually generous of America, which doesn't really enjoy giving money away to those that need it. Because that's socialism. And they don't want that over there, unless they understand what socialism actually is in relation to running a country, and then they actually do want it, because that would be the police and the fire brigade and free health care and fixing the roads and taking the trash away and all of that stuff that is provided for by people paying their taxes. What a concept, eh? 0345 6060 973. Let's see if we can read some of these just for the new news. And texts, trickle-down economics doesn't trickle down. The American dream is alive and well in Denmark. If you're born poor in the US or the UK, you stay poor. Absolutely. Yeah, if you're not born rich, it's vanishingly unlikely that you will become rich, but you are persuaded that that is a possibility. In order to get you to go along with this, the notion that the winner takes it all. Yes, I was just checking on that fella who said that he was getting a check for $960 a week. And the information seems rather hard to find. I could find it that people were getting that much in Guam, which is a US territory, and they were also getting it in the Mariana Islands, wherever that is. But on mainland America, I could only find stuff for Arizona, which was getting about a quarter of that. But anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it? The important thing to remember about all of that is I don't care. 0345 6060 973. Nick texts, my hair's gone mad, so I've given myself a half Mohican. Spelled Moheakon. And then in brackets, Mohake, Mohake. And I think that in brackets is my glamorous assistant trying to correct his spelling. Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. Anyway, he says, my hair's gone mad, so I've given myself a half a Mohican at the front. Stick that in your pipe, Kim Jong-un. And Michael texts, bought a foot spa off Amazon that did it would feel like... What? Bought a foot spa off Amazon that did it would feel like my feet were being massaged by a professional. Just feeling like my feet are in bubbling lukewarm water. I hate Jeff Bezos. You hate Jeff Bezos, but he's such a lovely person. Let's have West Sussex, Andrew.
Hello, Nick.
Andrew.
How are you?
Great, mate.
My name's actually Dreamweaver.
Is it?
It is. My parents were originally from Glastonbury, and I was born there, and I was given a name by a Native American from a Native American powwow about 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been known as for about 13 years. Yeah.
Right. Can I call you Jeff?
You can call me whatever you like. I'm
just as long as I call you.
75 Romanians, Algerians, Portuguese, Polish, picking asparagus at the moment, so they call me anything they want.
You're part of the land army. You're picking asparagus.
I feel like a land girl. Yeah.
Well, none is available at the moment, so you're just going to have to do without. So, what's life like picking asparagus?
It's fantastic. It's like free gym. It's constant. These guys, these foreign people, they work hard, and they've got 6 Duracell batteries in them.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's
so when does the day start?
6:30.
6:30. Okay, and how long do you work for?
Well, today we worked 10.5 hours.
Oh, do you get a break for lunch?
We actually had 2 20-minute breaks today. Yeah, but it's good. It's invigorating. Yeah.
So I don't think I've ever seen an asparagus in the wild. What is it? What's the process of harvesting?
Some of the land has big furrows where it's growing in between, like potatoes would grow in a furrow, and they all come up. But today and they've got flat land as well. But then they're new growth. They've been put in about a year, 2 years ago. So they're all still coming up. And then they build up the furrows. It's right next door to me. I mean, I walk to work and it's like, wow, I've been here for a year and a half.
Have you? You've been doing this for a year and a half?
It's next door to a big Tibetan monastery. Yeah.
So that's where you hang out, yeah, obviously.
I hang out.
So how many of your co-workers are British?
None. No. In 10 years, the head Romanian guy has not seen an English person stay longer than a few hours or one day is the maximum. Oh. They don't come back, apart from me.
Well, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 53 this year.
53? Right, okay, so this is a young man's job, isn't it?
Well, my father left the army at the age of 50 as a major. and it makes me feel like, God, but I'm living with an ex. No, I can't say ex, but a Hollywood actress in her house, looking after her grounds, as a dropout from society, and I can just be healed here. It's got healing water coming up from the ground. I've got a Tibetan monastery. I've got asparagus. Free.
And you're called Dreamweaver.
Dreamweaver.
I bet
Well, that's on my passport. Yeah. My full. Right. Can I give my full name?
I wouldn't try getting into America with a passport that describes your name as Dreamweaver. I mean, you could tell them that you're a Gary Wright fan, but I don't think that'll get you very far. Okay, well, it's interesting talking to you. Thanks a lot, mate. Thank you for your service. I'll be enjoying the fruits of your labour soon, I hope. I love asparagus, even if it does make your pee smell funny. It's the only thing that does. Why is that? Why is that? Anybody any idea? If so, please keep it to yourself. 0345 6060 973. I would like to hear Dreamweaver right now, as a matter of fact. Wouldn't that be great? Dreamweaver. Michael Tech. Oh, no, I read that. Michael Eoin. E-O-I-N. How do you pronounce that? Is it Ewan or Owen or I don't know. It looks like a jumble of letters you just pulled out of a Scrabble bag. Anyway, he says, Nick, grow some dreads, man. Then you can bail on your barber. Yeah, it's a no from me. I mean, apart from the cultural appropriation, which doesn't really bother me that much because that's just daft. Why is only one type of person allowed to wear a type of a haircut or clothes or anything like that? That's just nonsense. Everything is culturally appropriated from everybody else all the blooming time. It's a cocktail out there. But dreads, no. It's a definite no from me. I mean, just too hot. Can you imagine how hot it must get under there? Archie texts, are you a Stranglers fan? I love them when they were a bit special. Dave Greenfield was a wizard on the keyboards, but not no more, being as how he's dead. Yeah, not really. I mean, I got that first album. The thing with the first album of the Stranglers, which is the only one I really know, is the bass was mixed so high on that. It gives you a headache if you listen to more than about one track in a row. It's the most bassy, sort of rumbly, it's like an assault on your brain, but good tunes, no doubt. And Connie texts, Nick, you are welcome to come to my place. My husband can give you a haircut free of charge. He has all the equipment, just like a barber, free cup of tea included. Thanks, Connie. I appreciate it. It's free, you say, and probably priced correctly. Let's have Truro. Nathan.
How's it going, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Are you sure that asparagus is the only thing that makes your pee smell funny?
Isn't it?
I don't know. I thought that was a pretty bold claim. There must be something else because I know beetroot makes it go red.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's understandable because it is red. I mean, beetroot makes everything go red.
That's true. Anyway, I was going to get a haircut, right? Every time I step out my door, there's just joggers everywhere. Joggers. And it's worse in a lockdown. Do you go out running, Nick?
God, no. Yeah. The concept of a fun run is alien to me. There's nothing about running that looks like fun to me.
Well, I can't even walk down the street now, and there's, a pack of joggers standing there, and I have to cross over to the other side because I feel so threatened.
Wait, they're standing there? Joggers standing?
Well,
doesn't that make them standers? No, I don't. What do you mean?
A turn of phrase there. But yeah, every time I go into the city now, there's just more and more joggers. Really? And it makes me feel pretty uncomfortable, really. I don't know when jogging...
well, me too.
I don't know when joggers came to the country. It was like 97, the Blair era. It really picked up and there was just so many
Is
more
it Tony Blair's fault? Well, most everything else is. That is absolutely true.
I don't know, but just before that, it didn't seem like there were that many joggers in the country, and now there's just so many joggers.
Well, there's something else to be annoyed at Tony Blair. Thanks a lot, Tony Blair. You see what you've done? You've infested this country with joggers.
It's a bit like saying thanks Obama, isn't it? Thanks Tony Blair.
Is this?
Yeah, that old phrase, thanks Obama. Now we can say thanks Tony Blair.
Right.
But
I think when people are thanking Barack Obama, they are actually genuinely thanking him. Whereas I think that people may have their tongue in their cheek if they're thanking Tony Blair for anything. Although I think that he has been unfairly maligned.
Who, Blair or Obama?
Yeah. Well, Obama hasn't been. Obama still retains the cloak of sainthood, whereas Tony Blair, not so much.
Yeah, I think Obama was a massive jogger as well, wasn't he? He was a jogger.
Now, I don't know what you mean by that. It sounds like we're straying into dangerous territory. What do you mean by jogger in that context? Don't tell me. Let my imagination run wild. Let's have a call in Hackney. Linda.
Morning. Hello?
Speak up, Linda. There you are.
Good morning.
Linda.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, Linda. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm self-isolating, and I've done a self-isolating haircut.
Did you?
Without a mirror.
On yourself?
Yes, on myself. Yes, I was on a selfie.
Right. And how did that work out?
I look like an old age punk.
And well, let me ask you this: are you an old age punk?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, well,
I
there you
wasn't
go.
before, but I am now.
Oh, I see.
I'm going to dye it pink.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. Yeah, in order to cover up the cut, just dye it something really vivid that's hard to look
actually, my neighbours are being very sweet. They say it quite suits me.
I don't know whether you should be offended or not.
Oh, I don't really give a
No.
toss. Sorry about that. But I'm going to change my name as well.
Yeah.
Because Linda's just plain, so I want something a bit more exotic.
Right, like?
Well, I like bling, you see.
Bling.
As an old lady, I like a lot of bling, so I'm going to change my name to Squaw Bling Bling.
Okay, well, best of luck with that, Linda.
You like
and
that,
I hope it all works out well. No, I don't.
Oh,
but thanks for asking.
I like a bit of bling, so I like Squaw Bling Bling.
What's
bling,
the score
bling,
part? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but what's the score part?
Indian.
Right. See, I did regret asking it. Completely correct in every respect. All right. Thanks a lot, Linda. I've got absolutely no idea what that call was about, but I enjoyed the brief moments that I was, caught up in it. 0345 6060 973. Are we all going to get back out again once we are told to get back out again? Because I started this show with the announcement that apparently we're going to get on Sunday. Boris Johnson's going to speak to the nation. He is going to give us the full Churchill routine, I betcha. He wants to be Churchill so desperately badly, it's pathetic. His premiership, though, is a bit like a Shakespearean tragedy. Oh, well, a commie tragedy. Here's a man who wanted this job. Well, actually, this is a stepping stone to being ruler of the universe. But he wanted this position his entire life. Ever since he was in short trousers and he wore his hair as a mess. The trousers are longer now, but the hair remains the same. He's wearing the same haircut as a 50-year-old that he used to wear as a 5-year-old. And his whole act of, that whole, come on, that worked brilliantly well in the good times. And now he has attained the top spot, his lifetime dream. He has done it at the very moment it has probably been the worst time to be in that position in history. It is a tragicomedy. But anyway, he's going to try to pull the success from the jaws of defeat on Sunday by telling us that we will fight it on the beaches, fight it in the air, all that. 5 stages of re-emerging into the light is what we are expected to anticipate. This, according to a leaked missive in the Mail. Prime Minister Boris Johnson will reveal his lockdown exit plan on Sunday, after most people in Britain have spent more than 6 weeks at home to help fight the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. Without success. Well, actually without success. We're doing very, very badly. Probably, as I've suggested before, because of the prevarication of the government. They had no idea what to do. They were caught like rabbits in the headlights. At first, we were going to just let it sweep over us and allow it to thin out the old and the unwell. And by that method, inconveniencing the young and the healthy, the 99% of the people that wouldn't be badly affected by it, they would be less badly affected if we just carried on and do a Sweden. But then they freaked out about a month in and called a lockdown about a month too late, or at least 2 weeks too late, while the virus was increasing exponentially in that time. So it's the worst of two possible outcomes, and they did both of them. Initially do nothing, and then change their minds that we must do something entirely too late. Anyway, so from this moment on, we will be encouraged to leave our homes. I just wonder whether we will actually peek out, creep out, take a couple of tentative steps past the front door and then rush back in again, I expect. But 5 stages is what we can expect. This isn't definite yet. This is according to a leaked missive in the Mail. 5 stages over the coming months. First, on Monday, we'll see garden centres open and unlimited exercise allowed. As though people have been paying attention to a limited amount of exercise. I mean, come off it. There will also be a return to sunbathing and picnics, and more key workers' children will go back to school, and staff will start returning to businesses that stayed open during the lockdown. Or will they? Open-air markets may reopen. You know, like the one that got us into this mess in the first place, probably. A wet market. I mean, they're called wet markets because they hose the floor down at the end of the day. Isn't that right? Well, we got loads of those. The second stage of getting us out is going to be the end of this month, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks maybe. Then primary schools gradually returning with smaller classes. Outdoor sports such as golf and tennis potentially resuming. I can't believe that they were stopped in the first place. I mean, that's just daft. And possibly open-air swimming. Third, towards the end of June, Premier League football could return behind closed doors. Expect a lot of loud swearing on television. Secondary schools will reopen before the summer holidays, and outdoor gatherings of up to 30 people are expected to be allowed, which makes no sense to me either. I mean, it making no sense to me is neither here nor there, as I don't know anything about anything. But I don't get it. Gatherings of up to 30 people? So 40 is not okay, but 30 is. What's the difference? But anyway, that could be the end of June. I hope you're marking this stuff in your diary. Cafes could reopen. 4th, at the end of August, pubs and restaurants will reopen. Although, as I've said before, I very much doubt they will because they're all going to be dead. And when they do reopen, the ones that are left still alive, pubs and restaurants, when they do reopen at the end of August, I would expect that they'll open their doors and expect a tsunami of grateful customers come pouring in where none will emerge. I mean, you really want to go back to a pub or sit in a restaurant? Me neither. I think the whole concept of dining out in this country is dead. I mean, I hope it isn't, because I'll miss it. I mean, I don't go out to eat much, but, Pizza Express, a couple of times a year, I'll miss that. And the 5th stage is maybe October for remaining areas of the economy, including gyms, to remove their shutters. If things have to stay closed until October before they can reopen, then they won't exist anymore. I mean, how can they? How can any business shut up shop for 10 months and expect to reopen? What kind of business would be able to do that? God, it's just amazing the situation we're in. It's like being in a horror film, isn't it? It's like being it's like being in a horror film that was written by people who've got no idea what they're doing. This anonymous text says, clearing it up, it's all about the enzyme in asparagi. Is that what the plural of asparagus? Isn't the plural of asparagus? Isn't it like sheep? It's the same word. There's an enzyme in asparagi. Oh no, that's not printed on the wrapper. This text says, just wondering if you know anyone who can move a piano from my 5th floor flat. Yes, I'll send Laurel and Hardy round. They're very good at it. I saw this documentary on TV the other day. They were trying to get a piano up a vast number of stairs. They managed. What happened after they got it there is, well, just to draw a veil over that. Could have happened to anybody. Phil says, I saw someone wearing a 3-metre tall dinosaur suit jogging down the road the other day. I think it may have been a disappointed marathon entrant who was determined to prove that he hadn't wasted his life doing all that training. I thought it was a tall carrot from behind, but pretty sure it was a dinosaur. Yeah, well, a man in a carrot suit, that would be ridiculous. But in jogging in a dinosaur suit, well, that's just perfectly normal. Normal for Norfolk, anyway. No offence. And Ian texts, at last you've asked a question I can answer. The difference between 30 and 40 is 10. Happy to help. When did I ask that question? The difference between 30 and 40? I don't recall that. But then I don't listen to this show. The host is an idiot. Can't stand him. When did I ask what the difference between 30 and 40? Even I know that. And Mark tweets, Scotland's vast amount of open-air swimming pools are celebrating the lockdown lift. The one in Glasgow hopes to be returning back to full business as usual, with absolutely 0 customers per day. There's no open-air swimming pool in Glasgow, is there? Gosh, I hope that... when could that ever be used? Glaswegians would get wet in it. How would they notice the difference? I haven't checked the weather, by the way, but I do know that tomorrow's going to be fabulous, at least in the southern part of England. I don't know what it is where you are, but, whatever it is, it will be outside. Almost all of tomorrow, the weather. But this little heat wave that we've got going here in the south is coming to an abrupt end on Sunday. Damn it. 20-degree drop in Fahrenheit. And anybody under the age of 50 is going, what's that in centigrade, Grandad? Grandad? How dare you? Chris texts, I bought a pair of sunglasses online from someone in Glasgow. They were advertised as unused. Edinburgh. Eric.
Hi, Nick. Okay.
Yes, thanks, Eric. Very well.
I'm in agreement with you, actually, regarding the lockdown, because I'm not sure what the government's trying to achieve here. Because at the moment, they're slowing the virus down, but as soon as they open up the lockdown, it's going to spread. So surely the end result is going to be the same with or without a lockdown.
Well, now the government is at pains to say when people quiz them on their poor performance that it's too early to tally up the score, so to speak. And that may be correct, but I'm not sure that passage of time is going to improve our idea of how they've done.
No, that's right. But obviously, with a lockdown, that's going to cause other medical problems as well.
Yeah, it is.
And
people are saying that, Yeah, people are saying it's strange bedfellows, really. We've got socialist Sweden and those on the far right wing of the Conservative Party and the Republican. Well, the Republican Party is a far right wing organisation, but they seem to be as one, the Swedes and the right wingers, in that they would prioritise the economy over perhaps the health of already unwell people.
Well, you could say that, but also they're not going to be far off their 60% target for herd immunity. I think they're lying about 5. The Swedes.
Oh, I think if eventually we'll all have to get to that point. It just depends on how long it takes to get to it. I mean, when we all come out, it's bound to take off again.
Exactly, yeah.
And so what are we going to do then? I mean, in the second wave, are we going to go and put ourselves inside for another couple of months? Because that really would be the end of restaurants and pubs and small shops and football and theatres and cinemas and garden centres and everything else that you can think of. Nothing would survive that.
I know, and they keep on about a vaccine. That there's a possibility that might never happen.
Yeah, exactly. I'll pencil in never for a vaccine to be found.
Well, they could get one and it might not be effective.
Well, yeah, or they could arrive next week and everything might be fine. On the other hand, they could still be looking for one in 10 years.
But don't forget, if one arrives quick, they won't have proper tests on it, and you could have chronic illnesses for the rest of your life, like the swine flu vaccine.
Also true. That's also true. Yeah, we'll all be taking a big step into the dark. Unless they can find something that has already been proven to be safe and has gone through the north. Oh! I've missed you. I really have. Where have you been? I think that you want to get your radio scene too, because I suspect there's something wrong with it. But it seems like we were away for so long. I've been pining for you. Struth. I don't think that modern technology is going to take off. It had its chance and it blew it. Anyway, where were we? 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Bournemouth. Hello, Karen.
Good evening, or good morning, should I say. Karen. Great show, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? Thanks, Karen.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you have low standards. Do you mind if I say that?
Do I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. You've discovered that already. Yeah, I've got a bit of a dilemma, with what you've been saying about the...
You've got a dilemma?
Yes. I'm sure there's a lot of other people, a lot of other parents that might be in the same situation. One of my daughters has been studying at Strasbourg University for a year as part of her degree. And we had to obviously get her back. She was very lucky. She got the last but one flight back from Basel just before lockdown. So I
think she would probably have been better off in Germany, actually, but go on. Well, she would. Germany's been doing very well, way better than we're doing.
She nipped across the border, shouldn't she, into Germany? But obviously the region there has been quite high levels of coronavirus down there. We've now had an email from her university, the residents, to say that we've got to go and get her stuff, all her personal stuff and things that we've left there. Otherwise, they're going to throw it out.
Right.
So we've got to go and get that, and then be quarantined for 2 weeks.
Can't you have them? Can't you have them biked over?
No, I don't think they will. No, they've said, if you can't come and get it. I mean, obviously, we're hoping that, we'll be able to go and get it before the end of June. But we'll just have to see.
But what's she got over there?
Well, she's got
a small radio and a duvet, I bet.
No, lots of stuff. Lots of personal stuff as well, because she literally sort of got the hell out of there and just packed a flight bag and hand luggage and got home. So,
Right.
But
Okay,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I guess so. And I've got no advice
And there's
for
people
you,
worse
really.
off. There's people worse
Other
off,
than,
aren't there?
of course there are, yeah. Other than she should have nipped over to Germany, just rode it out there. Then she could have
she
taken
was
a trip back to see her
literally
stuff.
I think she's about 11 miles from Germany, where she was.
Yeah,
So,
so
yeah,
close
she
yet so
shouldn't
far. Mm.
I know.
All right, best of luck. Thanks, Karen. 0345 6060 973. Tina texts, I will continue to see everyone as a walking, talking, virus-ridden entity for the foreseeable future, just like I saw the human race before COVID-19. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I won't want to get near anybody for a long time. I'm trying to not think about stuff like that, going to restaurants and going to the cinema and the theatre and just going out, galleries and museums. That's something that if I thought about it, I might miss it. So I'm trying not to think about any of those things, not to think about the life that I once had that is lost to me now. But with each passing day, it's becoming more and more difficult, especially now the weather's getting nicer. I mean, I want to go to Kew Gardens, he whined. I want to go to Kew Gardens. I want to go out. But don't think like that, because you can't. It's the law. But that just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. But as I've explained many, many times over and over again, I know nothing about this or any other subject. But how can you not be able to go to a beach, for crying out loud? Here, speaking of beaches, Marbella, Jane.
Yep, hi.
Jane.
I've lived in Marbella for 12 years.
Yeah.
When if I visit England, I will have to be in quarantine for 2 weeks, which isn't a problem. I could do this at my sister's. When I return to Spain, I would have to be in quarantine for another 2 weeks. Yeah. How are people who work going to be able to travel? If they get
that's an interesting
3,
point. Yeah.
4, 5 weeks holiday a year, it's all going to be taken up in quarantine.
Yes. I'd be... no, not at all. I'd decide to be happy where I am, Jane. You're in Marbella. I mean, that's pleasant enough, isn't it?
Really? With what has happened here today, we were expecting to go from 0 phase to number 1 phase, which meant coffee shops would open. They will not be, because the city of Malaga has had a few virus fatalities.
Yeah.
Which means the province of Malaga
shut down.
Is shut.
Yeah.
So all we can do is trot to the supermarket, trot to the pharmacy, and that is our lot.
That's it, yes.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Jane, you are in a place where most Britons would pay good money to go and visit. So be happy.
I'm not complaining, but I'm merely pointing out the amount of quarantine to visit somewhere would take the average person's holiday entitlement for the year, that they're not going to go on holiday.
Yes. Well, that seems like a good plan. Don't go on holiday, Jane. You're already in a holiday destination. Just be happy where you are. All right, thanks a lot, Jane. I've got to go. Fulham, Wendy.
Oh, yeah. I can't tell on my little Nokia if I'm in your signal or not, so I might go in and out, Nick. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, is this you going in and out?
Oh,
are you on your way out from being in, or are you on your way in from being out? Which is it?
Right, this is what I wanted to tell you. I went to the nurse at the GP yesterday.
Wow,
and,
you were lucky to see a nurse, though.
Well, I didn't.
You were lucky
really,
to get an appointment.
Well, no, exactly. But they asked me to go in. I didn't want to. No. So she was very lovely.
What, they just called you up at random saying,
"Well,
we've got a slot."
Well, no text like, "Oh, you're sort of like extra vulnerable. Can you come so for this like injection of pneumonia and 26 strands of viruses?" Do you know that one?
No.
Oh well, I went along, and I had all my questions ready, and anyway, I had the injection in my arm. And then I thought, like yesterday, 8 o'clock, I was out there shiggling the keys. Thanks, nurse. You know what I mean? Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I came back in, and I tell you, I couldn't even, get dressed for bed. I just was so ill, and I've missed today. I got up at 9:45 tonight, and because one of my cats was snoring at the end of the bed.
Well, maybe the jab was maybe it was like a very late April Fool's gag. Maybe they injected you with Fanta or something.
Yeah, because I bought. Okay, you might be onto something because I thought, the organic egg stuff you're on about, and
did they present you with a straw after they gave you the jab? Because that would be a clue. Here, Wendy, I've got to go because time's running away from us. But I wish you all the best with your ailment. Lube up a lot. Bye. Another one bites the dust. Hey. So Boris Johnson today begged Britons to stay indoors during the last days of the full coronavirus lockdown, or that's what we're led to believe anyway. The last days of the full coronavirus lockdown, begging us to stay indoors he was to avoid infections creeping back up. He tweeted, "Thank you for all you're doing to protect our NHS and save lives. This bank holiday weekend, please stay at home so we don't undo everything we've done so far." That's what Boris Johnson tweeted. And then a tweet from the official Downing Street account said, "If you're leaving the house this weekend, you need to keep 2 metres apart from others." So which is it? Stay in or go out? Pick one. And people decided to go out in large numbers. And you can hardly be surprised. I mean, we've been cooped up for almost 2 months now. And it was hotter than a snake's bottom in a Texas wagon rut. Corfu, what a scorcher. And if you look online at the news sites, you'll see picture after picture of what the press delight in calling COVIDiots. Congregating in parks and beaches and markets and squares, engaging in non-essential activities, being photographed by persons of the press who were themselves engaged in non-essential activities. I mean, it's not essential to show us pictures of people in parks. We know what that looks like. And it just makes us want to go to one even more. Look at those people having so much fun with their chips and their beach balls and their ice cream. And conspicuous among those enjoying the great outdoors was the man who has been telling us to stay inside. There, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, this morning, in spite of his own advice, strolling through St. James Park, if you please, holding an advert for a coffee shop, where he was accosted by a finger-jabbing passerby, a picture of which encounter I tweeted this evening. It's priceless. I tweeted it with the comment that Boris Johnson looks like a stunned mullet. You want to look it up on the World Wide Web. He's just standing there, mouth agape, hair a mess, a look of complete incomprehension that anyone should be miffed with him. Hey, how's the job of Prime Minister suiting you so far, Boris? Just curious. Is it everything you thought it would be? Meanwhile, it looks like the dam has burst. Police today admitted they're fighting a losing battle in the lockdown fight as sun-worshipping COVIDiots packed out parks and beaches on the hottest day of the year so far. Honestly, if you can get it in a park or on a beach, everybody's going to get it. Isn't that true? I mean, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. But that does... I think long ago, a member of my family used to work in science, which means that I know a lot about science. Apparently. We're all living in Donald Trump's world now. Hackney Police tweeted a picture of a packed park saying, sadly, we're fighting a losing battle in the parks today. Literally hundreds of people sitting having pizza, beers and wines. As always, a big thank you to those that are observing the guidelines, sitting at home, wishing they were in a park, having pizza, beers and wines. In scenes replicated around the country, the Coast Guard has said on yesterday it had the highest number of call-outs since the lockdown began. Well, that's hardly surprising. It's really the first weekend that anybody's been peeking out, other than to go to join a queue at Tesco's. Other supermarkets are available, but not as popular. Traffic police in Brighton were stopping cars at the end of the A23, which leads to that delightful coastal spot. And officers fined visitors trying to visit for the bank holiday. Under current government lockdown rules, the public are allowed out once a day for exercise, and sunbathing is not allowed. However, in a highly anticipated address to the nation tomorrow night, it is expected that Bojo will slightly ease some of these strict lockdown measures, just in time for the weather to turn bloomin' freezing. Have you seen what it's like tomorrow? Well, last month was the sunniest April on record, as in ever, ever, ever. All UK countries made it in the top 5 sunniest since records began in 1929. 300 years ago. Rain in the last week of the month increased the rainfall totals in many places, but the UK overall still only received 40% of average April rainfall. And I am neither a scientist nor a vegetableist, but it seems to me that plants haven't been getting enough water, not by a long chalk. I would imagine, based on no information of any kind whatsoever, it's just a hunch, that plants need a lot of water now when they're all growing, bursting through the ground they are, straining for the sky. This is the point at which they need all that water, right? Well, they just haven't had any. So I've been out there with my hose. The 3rd driest April on record for Scotland, apparently. Glaswegians even had a chance to dry out, if you can believe that. It was significantly warmer than average for most of the country and the 5th warmest April on record. But that was then. And this is now. And tomorrow, all change. You haven't got used to the weather, I hope. Because it's over. Tomorrow, Sunday, much colder. As in a lot. Patchy rain in the north, edging south. Wintry showers in the northeast. Blimey. There's a word I didn't want to hear for at least another 8 months. Wintry. And the outlook for Monday to Wednesday, fine, dry and cool with overnight frosts. Scattered showers in the north, wintry at first. Breezy. It'll be windy, raining and cold. You know, your typical beautiful summer's day in Britain. And would you like to know the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks? Of course. So this is the forecast till the 23rd of May. A couple of weeks from now. To start, largely fine and dry, chance of rain, light winds, feeling cold until the end of the 3rd week in May. And then for the end of May and the first week of June, when it starts to get serious, when each passing week of miserable weather is another nail in the coffin of our summer. Oh God, I hope it's not one of those. When June goes by and you haven't had a decent day and you think, oh, well, July will be all right. Bound to be. We've got 2 months to go yet. It'll be fine. And then July rolls by and it's still blooming freezing outside. And you think, well, August will be great. It has to be. You know, just on the law of averages. And then August comes and goes and you think, well, we're bound to have a couple of weekends in September. And then it's Christmas. So this is important. The end of May, first week of June, more unsettled conditions, outbreaks of rain, winds remaining light. But what's this? Temperatures should be rather warm for most, although there could still be the odd chilly night. Rather warm for most with the odd chilly night? We'll take it. I've still got sound effects running around my brain. So, blimey, where to start? Let's start with going away, which we won't be anytime soon. The airline industry is finished. Airline chiefs have slammed Boris Johnson's plans to quarantine UK arrivals for 2 weeks, warning it could kill off the industry completely. I mean, talk about too late. From June, not now, June. A date to be announced. From June, all arrivals in the UK, including returning Britons, will be quarantined for 14 days and face £1,000 fines or deportation if they fail to do so. The announcement of the new travel measures comes 7 weeks into the nationwide coronavirus lockdown. I mean, some will hear that and think, oh, haven't we done that already? Surely we've done that. We must have. Haven't we been stopping people coming in and checking whether they are riven with the disease? Must have done that. What kind of a stupid moron government wouldn't have done that already? Government officials have faced questions about why a similar measure had not been put in place earlier. Face questions. They should have faced people yelling at them. Get Piers Morgan on the phone. 15,000 travellers arrive at UK airports every day in April. 15,000 people just streaming through, unimpeded, every day. No screening. And they're coming from, but, you know, it's okay. It's not like they're coming from China and the USA. In other news, they're coming from China and the USA. I mean, that is the very definition of closing the gate after the horse has bolted. It's almost like nobody in charge has any idea what they're doing. These new regulations that presumably they just wrote in the back of a fag packet, oh, it just came to me. They thought, I know. Like the Brains Trust over there. The new regulations mean that Britons hoping for a week in the sun in the summer months will have to book 3 weeks off work to ensure they can isolate on their return, which means they won't go abroad in the first place. And if we're going to do that, presumably where they're going will be doing that as well. So if you want a week in the sun, you're going to have to book 5 weeks off. 2 weeks locked in a cell when you get to Benidorm. And then you get a week on the beach, and then you get 2 weeks locked inside when you get back here. I don't know that will be the case. I just made it up. But making it up doesn't mean it's not a fact. This is the death of air travel, isn't it? And the death of airlines and airports and everything that relies on them for business. I mean, what are the companies that produce very small packets of complimentary nuts going to do? Cater parties for leprechauns, perhaps. And it also surely must mean an end to the expansion plans for Heathrow. And by extension, the plans for HS2. I mean, we aren't going to be travelling nearly as much as we used to. I mean, it's all about video conferencing for business persons. And never mind about staycations for holidaymakers, it'll be no-cations. I'm thinking of having a no-cation myself. But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbling but, key workers and travellers from Ireland, will be exempt from the quarantine. Mail Online understands. Do you believe that? The government has not yet revealed who will be categorised as key workers and therefore excused from self-isolating, which is completely insane. As though just because somebody is designated a key worker, they will be magically free of the virus. If you've got freckles and ginger hair, come right through. Travellers are going to have to fill in a digital form giving the address of where they will be in quarantine. This will then be checked at airports and ports and Eurostar stations, although it's not yet clear which agency will provide staff to do this or on what database the forms will be stored on. But, you know, this is just detail, and the government don't do detail. The scheme is going to be enforced by spot checks on the addresses, but ministers have not said whether this will involve the police or the Border Force or the NHS or the AA or the RAC. Presumably because they haven't thought of that yet. The travel industry reacted with horror at the news. I would imagine they did. One company boss said it could kill the travel industry off completely. Industry group Airlines UK said the arrangement would effectively end international travel to and from the UK. Britain is closed for business. To the Purple Rosette people, this is a dream come true. See? Silver linings. The anonymous text says, today the Transport Minister has urged more people to cycle to work. Oh yeah, I'll have something to say on that in a minute. He or she, sexist, says, I'm a care worker and because I am paid national minimum wage, I don't qualify for the cycle to work scheme. I can't see how this is fair. One would think the cycle to work scheme would benefit those on national minimum wage, as a lot of us can't afford to buy or rent a car. Also, the likes of myself can't afford to pay for a bicycle in one full payment, as a low-end road bike costs at least £500. What? It would be winter before I'd saved enough money to buy one. Maybe the government should look at making this scheme available for non-minimum wage workers. I don't know anything about that. And I hope that's of help. Paul says, it's all right for the Queen during self-isolation. She's got access to loads of DVD box sets and video games. All I've got is an incomplete jigsaw puzzle, a can of Fanta, and a packet of Nobby's nuts. Way too much information there, Paul. Yeah, how come people aren't up in arms that the Queen has gone off from London, a centre of disease, and is using one of her second homes? I mean, the people are shouting at Gordon Ramsay in the street. How come people aren't shouting at the Queen? She gets a pass. Greenwich, Peter.
Oh, evening, Nick. I believe a few weeks ago you were talking about a film called Outbreak.
Oh, yeah.
What it is, it's a 1995 film. It's an expert in infectious diseases searching for the cure for a lethal airborne virus. So with Dusty Hoffman and Rini Russo. It should have been on today, but they took it off.
Oh, really? Which channel was that?
Channel 30, Star.
30?
Star. Yeah.
Oh, 5 star. Right, part of the Channel 5 group, I think.
Yeah, but I just wonder, in your opinion, why they took it off?
Well, why do you think, Peter? Of course they took it off. Although people have been just desperate for that kind of film, weirdly, because there was one called Contagion, which had a load of stars, all of whom, spoiler alert, ended up dead. And it was pretty much exactly what we're going through at the moment. And I think the renting of that film went through the roof when the lockdown started. People are, consuming that stuff like it's like their life depended on it. Which it doesn't, by the way. Your life depends on how well the government is handling this crisis. What do you think so far?
As I say, that's where I got it mixed up. I thought it was this Outbreak. Can I make another point? Or are you busy?
Well, I'm just doing a show here. Nothing major. But what is it, Peter?
It's about the Nightingale Hospital at East London. They're mothballing it at the moment.
Yeah.
But why? I mean, why not take all the patients out of the local, or my local is Lewisham, but put all the patients in there, then they could reopen the normal hospitals, because we got, 500,000 operations waiting, hips, hernias.
Yes, well, that's a very good idea, but the problem with that idea is that the reason that they haven't sent people to the Nightingale hospitals, is that they don't have the nurses to staff them. They got the buildings all right, and they got the beds, and they got the machines that go ping, but they ain't got no nurses. Little problem, huge.
Well, I thought, if they transfer the nurses from the hospitals, then
but then the hospitals won't have no nurses. You got to have nurses in the hospitals.
I know, but you just need a surgeon.
You get to shut the
only
hospitals.
need a fifth of the staff. There's surgeons under operations. They have their anaesthetist and, say, 2 nurse assistants. They could do 8 or 10 operations a day and bring some of this list down. But that's my opinion, then, yeah.
Yeah, Peter, would you like to run the NHS? It sounds like you're ideally qualified. Okay. You start on Monday, 9 o'clock. How does that sound?
Well, I think the managers probably start at 11 and finish at 12.
Okay, let's make it 11:30. All right, thanks a lot, Peter. 0345 6060 973. Archie texts, what gets my goat? Where does that phrase come from? What gets my goat? I mean, I must have said it in my life thousands of times, but I've got no idea where it comes from. thinking about it, I'm ruining asking that question in the first place, because the danger is you might tell me. What gets my goat, says Archie, when Brexit screws up, they're going to blame it on COVID-19. Yes, that's pretty much my thought entirely. They'll have an excuse. Oh, it would have been great. Unfortunately, this invisible enemy. Susanna tweets, apparently it's snowing somewhere in America. Well, in a lot of places. I think they're having a really, really bad storm over there. Lee tweets, just because people work for key employers, not all employees carry out a key role. Exactly. Yeah, they're going to stop people somewhat rather too late from coming into the country just willy-nilly, just streaming through 15,000 people a day, carrying all sorts of exotic diseases with them, with no checks whatsoever. And they're going to, very, very late in the day, stop them and ask them if they wouldn't mind, pretty please with sugar on top, staying in and self-isolating for a couple of weeks. Except for people from Ireland. Well, the whole world can go to Ireland and then come from Ireland to here. Just a thought. Lee tweets, oh no, I read that. This text says, I don't understand the details of how the government plans to end the lockdown. I found Angela Merkel's speech to Germans more detailed, focused, and easier to understand, and I don't even speak German. Yeah, well, she does. She has been doing famously well. Apparently, Germany are meeting this challenge head on and succeeding, where we are failing miserably. Who could have predicted that by voting that funny bloke off the telly to lead us all, it might not go terrifically well? It's a mystery, isn't it? Here's a call in South Norwood. Hello, Philip.
Good evening, Nick.
Philip.
You know, you were talking about people that won't be able to travel. Well, What I've been doing, I've been travelling all over the world on YouTube, on day trips. Oh, yeah. I've been to Windhoek in Namibia, all the way down to South Africa by car. I went from New York to Montreal by train. I went to the Falkland Islands. It's amazing, Nick.
What's in the Falkland Islands?
Well,
Nothing.
What they've got in the Falkland Islands is a car trip from Port Stanley to Mount Pleasant, where the...
Is there anything in between that's worth fighting for?
If you watch this, you will see. It's not so much that sometimes you hardly see anything at all, but there is one, Nick, 12 and a half hours long from Newfoundland, St. John's in Newfoundland, all the way down to Key West in Florida.
Blimey.
And it takes 12 and a half hours, so I think they must have been going about 300, possibly 350 miles an hour. But you do see quite a lot.
Well, this is by plane, presumably not by car.
Oh, by car, yes, by car.
Oh, by car.
By car. There's one that I know that you...
I think you can go at 350 mile an hour on the I-95. I think that is actually true.
Well, I mean, there's one that I know you will want to see from San Francisco to Seattle, and you go through Oregon.
Oregon, yeah. It's a beautiful place.
I know it's your... but, I mean, I went to Greenland the other night. There's one from the capital of Greenland. It's only a short journey, but they take you out to the airport. It's about 10 miles outside. And it was fascinating to see these countries that, I mean, I will never get to see. Have you ever been to Cuba?
Cuba, no, I haven't, no.
So there's one
I'm sure. But it's interesting, this, because what you're describing sounds really, really boring. But it has been made into a television... what do you call it? Theme, not theme, but a television...
Travelogue?
No, a type of television programme. A genre. I'll just say genre and be done with it. A genre of television programmes called slow TV.
Yeah, that's right.
And some of them are great. There was one a couple of years ago about somebody in, I don't know, one of the poles. I think, doing a post person's run.
Yeah.
Well, not a run exactly. They were on a sled being pulled by reindeer.
That's
And
right,
it went
I
on for
saw
about
it.
2 hours, and absolutely nothing happened, and it was riveting.
It was. I mean, they did one, Nick. I don't know if you saw the other one they did. They went from the top of the North Island in New Zealand down to the bottom to Milford Sound. Honestly, it was fascinating. I mean, having been there, there was no music, no commentary.
This is not a new thing, though, by the way, because I can remember a really, really long time ago, probably when Channel 4 first came on the air. When was that? Back in
Landscape
1980,
Channel.
something like that?
Landscape.
Huh?
It was called the Landscape.
Be quiet.
Sorry, Nick. I know we're talking over, sorry.
Yeah, it was Channel 4, and I think they put on something that was... It was based in Holland, and somebody just put a camera on the front of a barge and just sent it down a canal for hours on end, and absolutely nothing happened at all. So this idea, this genre, it's a word I absolutely hate, but I can't think of the one that I'm after, is not new. It's been a long time to catch up, but there's all sorts of things now. There was a balloon ride over Britain that was on TV just the other day. There's slow videos of people making things, which are also fascinating. There's an excellent one of a guy making a kitchen knife, which sounds like the dullest thing you could possibly watch, but it isn't. It's great. So maybe that's, everybody should just take a breath, calm down, and watch something boring on television. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Philip. 03 is a message about another message that I read out some moments ago. It was about that person that was complaining about biking, how expensive it was. Michelle texts, what kind of bike does someone need to get from A to B? A £500 bike is for someone who wants to start a hobby. I got a good second-hand bike the other day for 25 quid off the internet, says Michelle. Yeah, or you could just take one. They're usually chained to a lamppost near you. Don't do that. Neil emails, to get someone's goat. Oh, here we go. To get someone's goat, definition, to make someone annoyed or angry. Gavin, example, Gavin may seem unflappable, but I know a way to get his goat. This expression comes from a tradition in horse racing. Thought to have a calming effect on high-strung thoroughbreds, a goat was placed in the horse's stall on the night before the race. Huh. Right. And so what do they do? Go out for dinner and a movie? But why would it make you annoyed or angry? Because if it has a calming effect, then to get someone's goat should mean to calm them down. Or maybe that's to give someone a goat. Hands up who wants a goat. 0345 6060 973. Glasgow, Eric.
Nick, good evening, good evening.
Eric.
You really lighten my mood when I hear you on. You're my favourite presenter on here. You just make me laugh, so that's the main thing. You're absolutely fantastic. You're fantastic fun. Nick, see you were talking about the weather earlier on, about June, July, August and stuff like that, and how it's differentiating. Did you say that's the word? Differentiating?
Differentiating, yes.
Differentiating, there you go. What's causing this? I mean, I know you're no scientist and that, but you're a clever guy. What do you think is causing this in relation to the coronavirus? Do you think it's because there's not a lot of pollution in the air anymore because of the traffic, or is it the world starting to heal itself? That's what I'm trying to surmise, or trying to come to a conclusion with. Is I hear a lot of different wee animals now, and birds singing along, and they seem quite happy. So, the animals seem a lot more content.
And it didn't take very long, did it? I mean, before this happened, you would imagine that it would take decades or more for the effect of humankind to be removed from nature and for the flora and the fauna to start coming back out again. But it didn't take decades. It took a couple of days. Just a couple of days of us staying inside, and the whole place cleaned up.
You're right. What's also interesting, just before I leave you to it, what's also interesting, I've seen today that the government are putting in this funding for the electric points for the cars. Are you a big fan of that at all? Is the show, is that one for the show? These electric points for electric cars?
I've never actually driven an electric car. So, I mean, over the past 20 years, I've only driven 2 cars. both of which take petrol in enormous amounts. So
yes, of course.
I am a fan of electric cars just by dint of the lack of pollution that comes out the back of them and the less noise that they create. So bring it on.
Cool, bring it on. You take care, Nick. Thanks for having us. All the best.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. And on that subject, there is one bright spot in the global lockdown. Solar power generation is booming. Sparkling clear skies, free of air pollution is the reason. You believe that? With a drastic cut in road traffic, industry and aircraft, the air is so much cleaner that it has helped to boost solar power generation and set records in the UK and Germany and Spain. On April the 20th, the UK's solar output record was broken when generation peaked at 9.68 gigawatts, which represented almost 30% of the UK's electricity demand from solar. I thought it was minuscule. 30%. All it took was some clear skies. And apparently air pollution not only cuts down sunlight with a thick haze, but it also makes the solar panels dirtier and less efficient. And aerosols from gases such as sulfur dioxide also seed more cloud cover, cutting solar output further. And with so many aircraft grounded, the contrails from aircraft jet engines have largely vanished, clearing the skies even further. It's blue up there. And perhaps it helped last month to become the sunniest April on record in the UK. In fact, air pollution caused by aerosols and soot in the atmosphere usually creates such a murky atmosphere across much of the world, it's been called global dimming. I mean, if you go out right now, if you run out into the street, well, not the street because that would be lit, won't it? But if you've got a dark spot you can find, I bet you can see the stars in the sky. There's literally dozens of them up there. I think you'll find that's a scientific fact. So cleaner air, cheaper, clean electricity, it's a glimpse of the future that might have taken decades to come if we'd worked flat out at it without disrupting the current polluting industries. But we find we can achieve those results in 1 week just by stopping what we're doing. Greta Thunberg must be beside herself. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Here's a call in Watford. Anna.
Yeah, hi. I'm a first-time caller, so be gentle with me.
Welcome along.
Yesterday, thank you. Yesterday was VE Day, and I'm always up for a party and a gathering and having my friends met round. Yesterday, my neighbours decided to have a party on the green, and it turned out there was about 100 people there. They had all their children there. They had their dogs there.
Were they COVIDiots by any chance? So I've read a lot about that.
One's a police officer and one is a trading standards officer. And
Right.
I'm absolutely appalled because my friend's just lost her husband at 60 years old on his birthday.
Right.
And they were all absolutely drunk, thought it was hilarious. I've got a friend on the corner who's basically self-isolating because she's got diabetes and was in tears walking around the road saying, I can't even walk around that way because there's 100 of them.
Well, you know what? Tomorrow, Boris Johnson may say that what you have just experienced is perfectly fine. So from one day it's not allowed, and on the next day it might be. So what can you do?
Where do you draw the line? A police officer and a trading standards officer should be set.
Well, nobody suggests that police officers or trading standards officers are perfect human beings. They have failings just like the rest of us.
Okay. So
what do you want me to tell you, Anna?
Well,
what do you want me to say?
Well, I'm just saying I thought we were supposed to be keeping our distance and not huddling in groups and that, and in parks. And
yeah, well, tell that to the Prime Minister, who famously told us that he was vigorously shaking hands with everybody that he met in a hospital that was treating virus victims, and then, much to everyone's surprise, actually caught the virus himself. I mean, if that's our example, then it's no wonder that you saw scenes like you did the other day.
Okay. Okay. All right then. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anna. Another satisfied customer. Well, I don't know what you wanted me to say, Anna. Tomorrow, it is entirely possible that Boris could describe what Anna just saw as being perfectly fine from one day to the next. Graham says, I would like to pay a tribute to the great Little Richard, who died today, one of the last of the greats from a time when rock and roll was in vogue before it got watered down in the 60s. A pity you missed it, Nick. Watered down in the 60s. Well, it became something else in the 60s. I'm not sure it's true that it was watered down. I mean, Little Richard, okay, he was one of the first, and great songs and all, but it was a bit like Liberace for rock and roll, wasn't he? A little bit. But, from those early beginnings came everything that we still enjoy today. This text says, so today the Transport Minister has urged more people to cycle to work. Oh, no, I've read that very, very long message. Read that one. I don't want to read that again because I've only got a brief 3-hour show. Lee tweets, personally, I do not believe Brexit will ever happen now. Who's going to pick fruit and veg in our country? Also, many of our NHS workers are European. Many? A vast number are European. If they go, we will miss them. Yeah, who's going to pick our fruit and veg in this country? Well, they're flying plane loads of them in from Romania and all points east, aren't they? Because we don't want to do that work. Over and over and over again, it's been there is evidence that not to suggest, there's proof that we don't want to do that work. It doesn't pay enough. And the usual answer to that, it doesn't pay enough and it's backbreaking and the hours are too long and it's desperately uncomfortable and hard, difficult work. And we're too fat and lazy to want to do that kind of work. We would rather have somebody else do it for us, which is where poorer people from Eastern Europe come in. And we should be on our knees thanking each and every one of them for having done so, because otherwise there won't be an agriculture business in this country. And because globalization has taken a bit of a swipe, then we're going to have to start being more self-sufficient. But we can't be more self-sufficient unless we get people from other countries to come and help us be self-sufficient. I know that's the definition of the opposite of self-sufficiency, but that's where we're at. We ain't going to pick our fruit and vegetables ourselves. We're just not going to do it. So we need other people to do it for us. And we'll miss them when they're gone. Well, we're missing them already. Agriculturalists are talking about fields worth of goods just rotting there because they ain't got no one to pick them no more. Still, at least we're getting Brexit done, eh? Ginger Sheep tweets, indeed too late, as in the restrictions of people coming over here. They're going to get locked in a cellar or the place of their choosing for, 2 weeks, something like that. Quarantined they will be, including Brits, but not including people that come from Ireland, weirdly, and key workers, whoever they are. Anyway, Ginger Sheep tweets, indeed too late. When some countries in Southeast Asia have closed their borders at least 2 months ago, only allowing their own citizens in, barred anyone from leaving and entering, will UK quarantine stop a second wave when locals continue flouting the rules? No, there is going to be a second wave. I don't know that that's true, but if you say it out loud, it becomes a fact. There's bound to be. I mean, you can tamp it down as much as you like, but once we all emerge blinking into the light again, we're all going to start spreading it. That's bound to happen, isn't it? I mean, even in Germany, that's happening. I mean, Germany are a shining light in Europe. If only we could be half as good at this as Germany has been, then everybody would be HAPPY-er. And even in Germany, it's happening a second, where, when people start coming out, then the cases spike. Local authorities in Germany are bringing back lockdown measures after coronavirus infections spiked just days after Angela Merkel started to ease them. I mean, who could possibly have seen that coming, apart from anyone who had thought about it for a single second? Germany's got 16 federal states with the power to relax restrictions, who have all agreed to reimpose lockdown if new cases hit 50 per 100,000 people over 7 days. And the regional government in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany's most populated state, recorded a spike in coronavirus cases after 150 of 1,200 employees tested positive at a slaughterhouse in Coesfeld. The regional government has postponed reopening restaurants, tourist spots, fitness studios and larger shops, which was supposed to happen on May the 11th. And reopening schools and daycare centres is still set to go ahead as planned. So they allowed everybody out again, just tentatively peeking outside, and the cases went up. At least they did in a slaughterhouse. North Rhine-Westphalia's health minister, Karl-Josef Laumann, said the slaughterhouse infection rate had pushed the region above 50 per 100,000 people to 61 per 100,000 people. He closed the slaughterhouse temporarily and said employees of all the state's meat processing plants would be tested. And a different slaughterhouse in the northern state of Schleswig-Holstein also saw a rise in employees testing positive for the virus, taking the district's infection rate over 50 per 100,000 threshold. But they're not going to put the entire district in quarantine, just 2 small towns that were particularly affected. And we're going to have to do that too, you would think. We can keep up that lockdown, open up, lockdown game going forever. But it's just going to mean that more businesses will fold because they won't be able to plan or commit to orders or be reliable to customers. And that just means more unemployed who will need welfare. And that comes from taxes that won't be being paid anymore. God, it's like an eddy slowly dragging us all down. And Germany's in way better shape than we are. It's embarrassing, actually. Germany's got an 84 million population. 84 million people live in Germany, and it's had 169,000 confirmed cases, 7,300 deaths from 84 million. The UK has a much smaller 66 million population, and we've had 215,000 cases and 31,000 deaths. Those numbers again, 84 million people in Germany, 7,300 deaths. 66 million people in the UK, 31,500 deaths. I mean, to put it more starkly, Germany has got 88 deaths per million, the UK 478 deaths per million, more than 5 times as many. And this low mortality rate in Germany at just over 1% is far below other neighbouring countries, and it's been put down to Germany's decision to implement widespread testing of people suspected of having the virus, as opposed to what we do here, which is to test a very few people who only are symptomatic. And the professor of health economics and epidemiology at the University of Cologne, Karl Lauterbach, said that Germany's less severe experience of the pandemic was down to a handful of factors. We were hit by a wave of new infections later than many other European countries. We had a minor but important delay in the wave of infections, he said. These people tended to be younger than the average population, and there was a slow increase in the number of infections. He also said, and this is the biggie, all things considered, the German healthcare system and hospital system has been modernised by the Social Democrats and Christian Democrats over the last 20 years. This means, he said, we have more hospital beds, more ventilators, more intensive care units beds, and more hospital doctors than any other comparable country in Europe. So our system is in a reasonable shape for such an epidemic. And you compare it to us, and Germany's healthcare system looks like heaven on earth. The number of acute hospital beds in Germany, 621 per 100,000 people. In this country, 288. Practicing nurses per 1,000 people, 13 in Germany, half that number here. Practicing doctors in Germany per 1,000, 4.3. In this country, 2.8. And it's not by coincidence that we spend less per capita on our healthcare system than Australia, Canada, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Switzerland and the US. It means the outcomes for illnesses here are worse than in those countries. And the amount of time that doctors and nurses have with patients is less. And it's not a small amount less that we spend on healthcare. According to the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, we spend £2,978 per person per year. The average of similar countries, £4,438 per person per year. The NHS has been drained of funding in the UK. And Germany's got far fewer deaths than other countries because they began testing very early on in the pandemic. You know, test, test, test. And they followed up early testing with contact tracing of anyone infected, which appears to have been successful in slowing down the spread of the deadly virus. Wow, it's almost as though we could have looked to see what Germany has done and then just done that. But no, we're not part of the EU anymore, so we went our own way. Using British exceptionalism to beat this invisible enemy. Germany tested very aggressively early on, learnt a lot about how the virus works and spreads, and coupled with identifying and isolating infected patients, it's enabled Germany to prevent the virus spreading and enable them to keep a closer record of recoveries and deaths, of which there's far fewer there than there are here. But, you know, these are just details, and we don't do details anymore. Altrincham, Peter.
Hi, Nick. A fellow Abbots. I'm ringing to answer the question about getting someone's goat. It goes back to the days in Victorian times or before when they were racing horses. A dog or a goat would be put in with the racehorse to keep it calm before a race. And sometimes people would try and sabotage a race beforehand or nobble a horse, and they would steal the goat from the stable so the horse would get edgy and jumpy before the race, and that was to get someone's goat.
Now, why would a horse be calmed down by the presence of another animal?
The company of the goat just had a calming effect on the horse. The horses get lonely and get jumpy on their own, so to put a goat in with it, to put a small animal in with the racehorse, because racehorses are very temperamental and would get very jittery on their own, so the goat would have a calming effect. So if you wanted to nobble the horse, you would steal the goat and therefore reduce the chance of that particular horse winning the race.
Well, I quite like the idea of that. Calming, you say. I think I'm going to go out and get me a goat. Excellent idea. I'll say that you told me to. Good work. Thanks a lot, Peter. 0345 6060 973. Paul emails. That get your goat question didn't copy out the full description. Yes, he stole it from the internet. It should read, to make somebody annoyed or angry, Gavin may seem unflappable, but I know a way to get his goat. This expression comes from a tradition in horse racing thought to have had a calming effect on high-strung thoroughbreds. A goat was placed in the horse's stall on the night before the race. Unscrupulous opponents would then steal the goat in an effort to upset the horse and cause it to lose the race. I think we all need a little bit of goat action now, don't we? That's what the government should do. They should give us all a goat. Come on, Boris. Do you have it in your heart? 0345 6060 973. Scott texts. Do you think that all the children that have conceived during the lockdown will be called coronials? Well, hopefully the children haven't conceived. Do you mean that they have been conceived during the lockdown will be called coronials? I heard that because initially you might think that the birth rate would go up because people are being locked indoors. But if you think about it, that's the opposite of the truth, because who wants to go to a hospital these days if you don't absolutely have to? I mean, you want to get pregnant and have to go to a hospital? No thanks. It's a no from me. Apparently the birth rate's going, or the impregnation rate is going down. People are successfully keeping their hands to themselves. Above the table, where we can see them, this says, how do you get to the Falkland Islands without a plane? Well, you get there by not going there. If you were just listening to the man, he said he went there by YouTube. And Jason emails, Outbreak is on Netflix at the moment. And I bet that it's wildly popular. Mystifying, really. Why would you want to watch that? All you got to do is watch the news. Simon says, I would like to start commuting by bicycle. Would riding a penny farthing be safer as you are higher up than a conventional bike? Well, like being in a Range Rover, you mean? Absolutely. Right, so let's start there then, shall we? Grant Shapps, the well-known transport expert. Britain's public transport can handle just 1 in 10 commuters when coronavirus lockdown is relaxed, Grant Shapps said today. The Transport Secretary said the system cannot go back to where it left off once the 2-metre social distancing rule is factored in to stop the spread of the bug. He said this stark fact means just 1/10 of the old capacity will be able to run once the UK begins coming out of lockdown. 1/10 of public transport, buses, trains, tubes. Only 1/10 of the number of people that used public transport will be able to use it again once we come out of lockdown. And I don't mean to be disparaging to the honourable member, but that is possibly the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. What is he talking about? How on earth could that possibly work? There's 3 million people commute to work in London every day, and the average commute is 74 minutes. So for most, it's not a distance that you can cycle. And if transport can only run at 10% of its present capacity, if there's 3 million people go to work every day, how are the remaining 2,700,000 people going to get to work? And that assumes the transport network runs a full schedule with only 10% of the money that it usually brings in. And that means that transport fares are going to have to increase by 1,000% just to keep even. I mean, people freak out when they go up by 3% in January. Under this scenario, there won't be any leeway to reduce the number of trains and tubes and buses, because that would mean even fewer people would be able to use them. I mean, cycling is good, but most people live so far away from work that they won't be able to bike in. And besides, how is someone aged, say, 50 going to fare if they take up cycling all of a sudden and try to do 30 miles a day up and downhill to get to town? I mean, you need to free up hospital beds just to treat the saddle sores, let alone the heart attacks. It's all madness. Just buy everybody a respirator, not a mask, a respirator, and make them compulsory on transport if you want. And let's get back to work. Grant Shapps announced a £2 billion package to put cycling and walking at the head of the heart of the country's transport policy at the number 10 daily briefing, which is great for those that live relatively close to work, but most people don't. Pushed out by house prices in the centre of towns and the desire for more space for raising families. They can't walk to work either. It would take all day to get there and back. They wouldn't have time enough to hang their coat up. I mean, I live about 30 minutes from town by train, which is pretty near for commuters, and it would take me about 4.5 hours to walk there, or 3 hours a day if I was a super fit cyclist going in and out. I mean, more cycling is good, no doubt about that. But what about electric scooters? They're thinking about those too. Fast-tracking them, they are. Fast-tracking their legality, which is curious because not so long ago they were a deadly menace to society, remember? And now they're going to save us? Make up your mind. Trials on the use of e-scooters are going to be fast-tracked. Those the things that look like a children's toy that goes at 15 mile an hour, currently banned on roads and pavements. And now apparently they're the future. Grant Shapps said the National Cycling Plan will be published in early June to help double cycling rates and increase walking by 2025 at a cost of around 250 million. Now, does he mean that the report will cost 250 million or the actual plan itself? Because he might want to add a zero to that because it apparently means that Britain's roads will see wider pavements and cycle and bus-only streets in what he calls a once-in-a-generation change to the way that people travel. Yeah, and that's good. But that's for later. It'll take decades to do that. We can't wait decades to go back to work. I mean, I'm trying not to be negative about this. Cycling is good, walking is good. E-scooters might be good in the road, not on the pavement. But this is all fantasy stuff. We aren't going to change to being Holland overnight. We're not tall or blonde enough, apart from anything else. And have you seen us? We're the fattest country in the world outside America. We aren't built for two wheels. We'd all need a bicycle made for two each. And ministers want to take pressure off roads and public transport networks and are urging the public to consider more active ways to travel, and that's good. Better would be not travelling at all. Working from home if you can. Much better. But that's got consequences too. You know, all the infrastructure that's grown to serve the workers in the towns, the shops, restaurants, cafes, bars, hotels, they'll all perish if only 10% of their customers show up once they reopen. And as they are what you call the service industry, along with the banking racket and admin and so on, and the service industry makes up 81% of economic output in this country, and employs a similar percentage of workers, that rather means that we're screwed, because we aren't allowed to get within 2 meters of someone, despite the fact that almost all of the people that are affected badly by the virus don't actually commute to work, because they're retired. The whole world's gone insane. This will probably be written up by historians as the biggest overreaction to any threat in history. I mean, if you just pause for a moment and think about what's going on, and just put fear aside for just a minute. When pollution killed 64,000 people last year in the UK, we did nothing. And we did nothing when it killed 64,000 people the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that. I mean, the government could have instigated these cycle and walking measures at any time in the past 10 years to cut pollution, but they did nothing, because we weren't scared of dying of something in a while. We're only scared of dying of something right now. Last year, German researchers estimated 8.8 million people die of air pollution worldwide per year. Where was the lockdown then? 8.8 million people died, and no one said anything about it at all. So far, 278,000 people in the world have died from coronavirus. And the planet has been put in deep freeze that will probably still be affecting the lives of people born this week when they're old enough to retire from the job they won't have. And the PM's going to unveil his big plan to take the UK out of lockdown tomorrow. But I wouldn't expect any radical thinking, because he's still reeling from the criticism that has been levelled at him for screwing everything up so badly to start with. I mean, in the race to beat this thing, he rushed out down the wrong road, and by the time he doubled back and took this course, the race was lost. But he's expected to say the reopening of garden centres are to be among the measures. We'll be allowed to take unlimited exercise. Cleaners and tradesmen and nannies are also set to be invited to return to work next week. Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden said the PM would roll out relaxations one by one, very cautiously, starting on Monday. But he said the move could be halted and reversed if their transmission rate rose again, which it will. It has in perfectly performing Germany, so it will here too. Is this nightmare never going to end? 0345 6060 973. Let's have Edinburgh. Eric.
Hi, Nick. Okay.
Yeah, good, thanks.
I spoke to you last night and you suddenly done a disappearing up.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, I'd like to make a few comparisons with 1968-69. There was a Hong Kong pandemic then. I don't know if you knew about that. And do you know a major event that happened during that time?
A what pandemic?
The Hong Kong flu pandemic.
Oh, right. Oh, the Hong Kong flu, right.
And I think that killed about 1 million people. And during that time, they had the Woodstock Festival.
Yeah.
And there was about 400,000 people that attended that.
Yeah.
And obviously there was no lockdown.
Not practicing social distancing. Not any of them.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and it didn't stop Jimi Hendrix either.
Licking strangers' faces, they were. I bet.
Yeah. So that was a different kettle of fish then. But now, I think there's something they're not telling us, because this virus isn't suddenly going to go away, is it?
Well, no, of course not.
So I can't see the point of this lockdown, because once you lift it, it's going to come back and back and back. And the only way it's going to be solved is when the population is exposed to it.
Yes, there is some thought. It's actually that we're staying in, and it's getting, it's mutating to an even stronger form by us not getting it. I didn't quite follow the science, but experts say that it is possible that it's becoming worse by not being passed on to a larger number of people by dint of us staying inside. It actually could become more deadly. But that's for that's something to worry about in the future. Let's worry about this right here now.
Well, apparently, I think there's about 50 virologists from all over the world said that this is an overreaction. What's happening?
I think that it will be written up in the future as one of the biggest overreactions to anything that has ever happened. Yeah.
Yes.
So here it is about the 1968 flu pandemic, the Hong Kong flu pandemic of 1968, global outbreak of influenza that originated in China and lasted from 68 to 1970. The outbreak was the third influenza pandemic to occur in the 20th century. The 68 flu pandemic resulted in an estimated 1 to 4 million deaths.
Yes.
And what happened during the course of that? I mean, I was very, very, very young at the time, just 8 years old, so I wasn't really paying much attention. But not much, really. I mean, 68 was all hippie drippiness, and, people were expressing themselves by engaging in free love with strangers. So, no, I don't think people were social distancing at all.
No, that's right. Do you know what I would like them to do, which they won't, is to get some data of everyone who's had the flu vaccine who's died from this.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Because that can increase your risk, apparently.
Oh, says who?
Says the experts. Not the experts here, experts.
You've read that having the flu, the flu jab, the ordinary yearly flu jab, actually makes you more susceptible to this coronavirus. Yes. Well, I'd need to see the evidence. I'd need to see the evidence for that. But keep your eyes peeled. Thanks a lot, mate. Let's have a call in Leatherhead. Tim.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Grant Shapps.
Yeah.
Where's Chris Grayling when you need him? He'd have got.
Did you see that? Did you see that article in the? I don't. It's highly unlikely that we would have seen it, but Matthew Parris column in the Times today. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. No.
Well, he skewered Boris Johnson and his cabinet of talents. I'll give you a taste of it.
Cabinet of what?
His cabinet of talents, he said, waving his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas around the word talents.
Fantastic. But the reason I actually rang up was to give you a ticking off. Is you've not been paying attention. You've been making international comparisons. You're not supposed to do that, you know.
Oh, yeah. Only the government is supposed to do that when it favours the government's face.
You know, I used to live in Germany. I lived in Germany a long time. My kids are half German, and they've all been tested. They've all been tested. Or in fact, my oldest son's been tested 3 times. It's a fantastic system. Wow. And if you lose your job in Germany, you get 58% of your salary as your unemployment benefit. But you know what? The best thing about England is we don't pay as much tax as the Germans do.
We don't pay as much tax as the Germans do. Well, that's not a good thing.
The problem of living in Germany, you have to pay so much tax, you know.
Yes, of course. But what do they do with the tax? They don't just set fire to it. They don't spend it on nuclear weapons like we do. They don't spend it on tax cuts for corporations like we do. They spend it on health, which makes people happier.
There you are making
people just don't get this.
Again.
Yeah, exactly. People just don't get this. And I know I've sort of falteringly tried to address this over and over again. But basically, look at the list of countries on the happiness index, from the happiest to the least happy, and then look at the countries who pay the most in tax, and compare and contrast. And you'll find that, counter to intuition, the countries that pay the most tax are also the happiest. That's because their governments, evil socialist governments, take a little bit more tax from people and spend it on making them safe and secure, which makes people happy. It's a revolutionary concept, I know. Thanks a lot, Tim. 0345 6060 973. It seems bloomin' obvious to me. I mean, say you're on average wage, let's say, depending on where you are in the country, it goes up and down, but let's say 20,000. And you pay an extra £1,000 a year in tax. Well, let's say a little bit less, $750. Now, it might seem that you'd be able to do an enormous amount with, an extra £750 a year. But what you can actually do is buy yourself one coffee on the way to work every day. That's £750 a year. Is that going to make you happy? Is it going to improve your life in any way? This fleeting pleasure that you get in drinking a bucket of warm milk? Of course not. But if everybody gave an extra £750 a year to the government and they spent it on making the safety net more secure, on the outcomes for health better, employing more nurses, doctors that you can spend more time with, shortening the waiting lists, and all of those things that only a government can do, you can't do individually, then you would have a happier population. But it's very difficult to get that through to people because the alarm bells start ringing in their mind and they think socialism. And over again, we decide to turn our backs on the prospect of paying a little bit more in tax for the greater happiness of the nation, and think that it would be much better for us to keep a little bit more to spend on ourselves. And we spend it on fast fashion that we don't wear once we bought it. Just put it in the wardrobe. The only time we wear it is in the shop when we try it on. Or all this nonsense that we obsess about spending. And none of it makes us happy. It just makes us a little bit happier for a brief period. And that's why we are down towards we're way down the list. Of course, it's the usual perfect countries that are at the top: Norway, Finland, Sweden, all those places. Pay a little bit more in tax, which the government uses to make the population happier. But you can't get that through to people, and over again we decide to turn our backs on, on sharing the wealth around a bit, and put all our hopes on buying a lottery ticket, essentially. And people call in and tell me that this is the politics of envy. They have been hypnotised by the prospect of becoming one of those rich people. If you weren't born rich, you're vanishingly unlikely to become rich. So it would be in your best interests to vote for a party that is bent on distributing the wealth around a bit more. But you can't persuade people of that, obviously, because over and over again we decide not to go that way. Would you like to all pay a little bit more tax and we can increase the number of nurses? We can pay them more. Hell no, we don't want to do that. They can all take a running jump at themselves, we say, as with one voice, and vote in the party that is not going to do any of that. But, at least we go out and we give them a minute's applause once a week. So, there's that. 0345 6060 973. Middlesbrough. Lucy.
Hi, I couldn't agree more with what you just said there about happiness. and countries that are paying more taxes, and these Gallup polls constantly come out more happier.
Yeah.
And you're right, just people just don't seem to make that connection to that leap. Let more money in the pocket. It's like immediate self-gratification rather than looking at the long-term goal that if we paid more, we would be happier as a nation.
Yeah. People have just bought the lie from those that benefit the most from lower taxes. I mean, if you earn £1 million a year and your tax is 1% lower, then you will get to keep a massive amount more than if, say, you earn $15,000 a year. But you can't persuade the people who earn $15,000 a year that that's true. It's like they've all been hypnotised.
Yeah, it's the thing with facts as well. Facts don't seem to mean anything now, do they? You could give a bunch of statistics like you've just said. Somebody earning £1 million pays this much tax, you pay that much tax. It just doesn't seem to register with people.
No, it doesn't. I think we've all been bamboozled by the notion of becoming wealthier if we can keep just a little bit more of our money. But that's not what happens at all.
No,
if you are wealthy, keeping a small percentage more of your money does mean an enormous amount.
Of course.
But if you're not wealthy, then it's really just peanuts. It's a coffee a day, £750 or £1,000 a year.
Yeah. I had initially phoned to speak about the VA Day celebrations, and do you not think that all week through the media, some of the newspapers were quite subversive in, let's do this and celebrate in this way, and then we ended up with just huge street parties that were getting out of control. Today, as I've seen, people are still, they're sat on not even on the fronts, they're sat on the pavements drinking because there's a bit of sun out. But the paper seems to have been encouraging this all week,
Well, perhaps that they had in mind that if we encourage people to go out, they might have thought, then we'll be able to take pictures of them out and put headlines with the word COVIDiots in the top. So it's like a double win. Oh, that shut you up. Unintentionally. Never mind. All right, thanks a lot, Lucy. 0345 6060 973. Either we lost her or she was just stunned. Dave emails, you are in a flap and agitated, so you get the goat to calm you. Hence why goats are mascots for the Navy and the Army. Nothing to do with stealing the goat. It's calming, so get my goat calms you down. No, Dave, it's the opposite of that. If I say that you get my goat, which, by the way, you do, then you annoy me. So I think it must be in reference to, you have stolen my goat. What are you doing, my goat, Dave? Nick emails, I just received a letter from the NHS saying I should shield. So I started a Netflix account and I've just finished watching Breaking Bad. I don't want the lockdown to end, says Nick. Well, if you just finished watching Breaking Bad, then you need to start watching Better Call Saul. Spoiler alert, it's great. Extra spoiler alert, the most recent series is the best, with the caveat that it's not long enough, not by a long chalk. It's only 10 episodes long. I mean, that's just cruel. And it does occur to me that there's not going to be any new TV for a while, is there? I mean, they won't be producing any new television. They won't be able to, do their actor thing. So we won't have any new TV, and we won't have any new films or any of that stuff. Oh, we'll have to just watch old television, much of which is some of the best TV that's ever been made. It's a little bit pointless of me saying this, but that in that regard, it fits in perfectly with the rest of this show. But one of the best things I've seen for a good long while was something that I had seen when it first came out, and I didn't realise at that time quite how good it was. And it was Clive James' Postcards From. Now, Clive James, the Australian writer, he recently died, and he was a big deal on TV in the late 80s and 90s, I think. And he sort of crossed from the intellectual sphere to mass market entertainment. And I think on the cusp of that were his postcards from, just travelogues from various cities around the world. Absolutely brilliant. Pretty much every line he wrote was golden. And if that is available on any medium, then I would recommend you hoover it up in vast amounts, because they were brilliant. Really, really, really good. Old television, when it used to be sufficient for a person to just speak with picture accompaniments, as opposed to music and waving their arms around and cycling towards the camera and jogging by one way and running by another and getting dressed up in a fancy kit and all that nonsense that they try to keep us focused on these days. Getting dressed up in a clown suit and waving their arms around just so we won't get bored. Philip emails. Philip, I was talking to some while ago, who said that he's travelling the world via YouTube. He's having a nocation by going to places that he might have never ordinarily have visited, but with the magic of YouTube. He says, at least we weren't interrupted by somebody coming into the studio while we were talking. And I do remember that I was speaking to him when we were interrupted by a fellow that burst into the studio. This was quite a while ago now. And made himself at home while I was on the air. Which, by the way, is captured on a podcast that I have put up on the World Wide Web. It's part of the series called the Nick Abbott Habit, which are collected funny bits from the shows when gaiety and laughter was in the air. Can you remember back that far? They come out on Mondays, and there's loads of them up there for you to enjoy. If you've got half an hour and you're in want of a laugh, then I can recommend them. They're called the Nick Abbott Habit. Ask for it where they do podcasts. The Nick Abbott Habit. Shane texts, that caller travelling the world, who I've just talked about, surely not a necessary journey during lockdown. He should be fined or at least lose his job. Good point, Shane. And Sarah texts, I want a goat, but I don't have a garden. Sad times, says Sarah. Let's have New Malden. Ahmed.
Nick.
Yes, sir.
Yes, just I hope you are privy to insider information as to what is going on at 10 Downing Street, and perhaps you can kindly tell us, why the cabinet of lightweight talent ministers sleepwalking from making one very, very slow and delayed response to another. And in the meantime, obviously, on a serious note, death rates going up, and now Sunday Times is saying, if restrictions are eased too soon or too quickly, death total could be 100,000. Now, what is going on? Please tell us, because I got a lot more comments. Is that what the Sunday Times are saying? Well, it could be 100,000, or it could be 100. It could be 100. Well,
it could be 100 million.
The population is only 68 million.
Yeah. What we can't count at the moment is the death tally for ruining the economy, because that will certainly be significant, and it might be bigger than what the virus takes. Has he gone as well?
Of course. No.
Oh, there you are.
Another thing is that if the government had responded the way robustly like other countries who successfully contained the virus, there wouldn't
South
have
Korea.
been any need for a lockdown in the first place. Now, we are really, obviously, economy is being devastated because nobody's fault, but it's just a delayed response to everything, that is coming out of 10 Downing Street. And the poor ministers who haven't got a clue, and they will always they cop out phrases that we are guided by scientific advice. Well,
yes,
my left
which is a deflector shield to avoid taking responsibility. Oh, we were just following what the scientists, who will remain unnamed, told us to do, they say. In much the same way as they used to, MPs used to excuse their ineptitude by saying, oh, we're just doing what the European Union tells us to do. Well, they don't have that excuse anymore, so now they're hiding behind scientists. Names unknown.
Indeed. And on
all right,
top
thanks
of
a lot, Ahmed. I refer you to the column that Matthew Paris wrote in the Times today. I'll just give you a flavour of it. He skewered Boris Johnson with his rapier wit. He says it's time to ask whether Boris Johnson is up to the job. Wow. Good start, Matthew Paris. Don't muck about, get straight to it. It's time to ask whether Boris Johnson is up to the job. This is a Conservative columnist, by the way. A true blue Conservative, Matthew Paris. He says the nation has a profound need to believe that whether or not we know what's going on, somebody does. And that would normally be the Prime Minister. We need to be persuaded that the leader is leading, in charge, across his brief, able to bang heads together, and when key decisions loom, equipped and ready to take them. Prime Ministers come in different shapes and sizes, and there isn't a single ideal type. There are details, people. Margaret Thatcher liked to be down in the engine room, sleeves up. Tony Blair was readier to step back and leave the rather heavyweight team of cabinet colleagues he assembled to get on with the job. But you never doubted who was boss, or his intellectual command of his own government's plans. I suppose the case for Mr. Johnson's leadership was that he would be more of the second type, assembling a crack team, giving them the authority to lead in their own areas of expertise, but conveying always a uniting sense of purpose and infusing the whole with that bouncy sense of optimism that is his singular gift. This next bit's good. One begins to wonder, however, whether that word singular should be replaced with single, as in his bouncy sense of optimism is his single gift, and whether even this gift is wearing thin. Johnson doesn't look well and doesn't sound as though he's leading. I do not like what I'm hearing from insiders about confusion in Downing Street, about a lack of the needed sense of collegiate cabinet pulling together behind a coherent mission, and about hostilities and factionalism between ministers and with Number 10. Like rats in a sack. Most dismaying of all, says Matthew Paris, is the intellectual weakness of the mangled case the government is putting across. What is all this nonsense about the R number, when all that means is whether or how fast the disease is spreading? And who at the top of government is treating the population like grown-ups and explaining that relaxing lockdown will inevitably result in new outbreaks? This isn't the apocalypse, and we're not facing an enemy that threatens to kill all or even most of us. The growing need is for intellect, clarity, an end to nonsense about the Blitz and boasts about how well Britain is doing. We aren't. And a readiness to talk to citizens as adults. Regrettably, Johnson has an Etonian distrust of intellect among colleagues and a wariness of explaining things honestly and properly to hoi polloi. That's us poor dopes who pay taxes. Perhaps everyone is waiting for the old Boris to bounce back, but is back the word? He was once noisier and bouncier for sure, but was his ever a good problem-solving mind? Can you remember any big dilemma of government he ever tackled and sorted? Any unpopular policy he ever won us over to? There's a hole at the top of government, and I doubt it's Boris-shaped. If it is, we shall see tomorrow. Excellent work, Matthew Paris. And I bet my trousers that he will act all Churchillian tomorrow. He'll bash his fists together in the way that he does and bang on about us all being together and the British spirit we're famous for and, all that. We will vanquish this enemy like Agamemnon's dream of Achilles vanquishing Troy, or some other nonsense children's story of Greek gods that people who wasted their time studying classics at Oxford use to appear intelligent. He may even drop in a bit of Latin to cheer us all up, channel a bit of Churchill, and try not to smile too much. You know, we elected a good time Charlie on the basis that some statistic about the EU on the side of a bus was true, and that he would deliver us a Britain more free of foreigners. You get what you vote for. Unless you are one of the 1/3 of the electorate that couldn't be bothered to vote, in which case you get who less than half of the rest of us voted for. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in France. Sally.
Hello. It's nice to hear
Bonsoir,
that you're
Sally. Yes, very well, thanks.
Hello.
Comment allez-vous?
Très bien, merci.
Bien, merci. Yeah.
Oui. And
that's the extent of the French. I'm all out.
Well, we've got some interesting stuff going on here, but I was wanting to say quite a few things about Brexit and other stuff.
Yeah.
But can I first of all say a thank you to Steve, who you speak to quite often, who told you about the old grey whistle test. He told you about the DVDs a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you don't remember.
Oh, it's on DVD. Yeah, old grey whistle test, right?
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say thank you to him, because I completely forgot that I actually had that, and I dug it out, and it was nice, you know, to go through the disc. That was all. I just wanted to say thank you.
Of course. You go through the disc and you look at all the haircuts that we are at now all sporting. Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody looks like Focus these days.
Yes, you're right. But having said that, one of my heroes on that is Tom Petty, and his hairstyle hasn't changed at all.
No, even in death, he's still wearing the same hair.
He kept that right up to the end. So
he did, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
I saw the first tour that he ever did in this country. I think he was supporting Neil. No, guy who plays guitar with Bruce Springsteen. Oh, he used to use a trampoline on stage. Why? I've got no idea. Because he could, I suppose. He used to bounce on a trampoline and flip upside down while playing the guitar, which substituted for having a set of good songs, which he didn't. Say that again in my headphones?
Sorry.
Say it again? Wait, hang on. Wait, Sally. Say that. Niles Hilmer? Who's that? No, he's got it wrong. My glamorous assistant, I've got no idea what he's talking about. Niles Hilmer. There's no such person as Niles Hilmer.
Does he mean Nile Rodgers?
Niels Lofgren.
Niels Lofgren, right.
Niles Hilmer. Niels Lofgren. Yeah, you can't hear what he's saying, unfortunately, but he's saying it in my
no, it's all a bit weird.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying.
Just before you go on, Sally, on that tack, if you're going to speak in my headphones, you have to speak on the air, because otherwise people will be wondering what the hell is going on.
Okay.
Right. Niels Lofgren, that's who it is. Yeah.
Right.
Sally, go ahead.
Okay. Right. I was just going to say that I saw Tom Petty supporting Bob Dylan at the NEC.
Wow.
Which was quite an evening.
Yeah, I bet.
Right.
Was Bob Dylan in a good mood?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was quite talkative that night.
Huh.
And unusually communicative.
Yeah, accommodating.
Yes. No, he was happy, and Tom Petty was happy, and it was all very good. And the secure. Oh gosh, so I've got the usual problem of my cat trying to sit on my shoulder because I'm talking to somebody that's not him. Right.
Cats are weird like that, aren't they? They completely ignore you all day long. And then when you start to do something, they're like, hang on a minute, what about me?
Yes, I know. Well, he's just woken up. I mean, he comes in for his tea about 7 o'clock and then has quite a long nap and then gets all, active and interested in what I'm doing. Right.
And they want to sit on everything that you're reading for some weird reason.
And
how can you possibly be interested in this piece of paper? Have you not seen me? They say. I retweeted this excellent cat video today. I mean, I know that the internet is absolutely bursting with cat videos, but this one's really funny. It's a cat showing a dog a trick or two. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll find it on there. Hundreds of thousands of people have retweeted this video that just happened in somebody's house, and it would ordinarily only have been visible to that one person. But now, I bet by now, millions of people have seen it. All thanks to the internet. Thanks very much, Tim Berners-Lee. We love the cat videos.
Very good. Oh, gosh, he's back again. Look, shift your bottom, please. Right. I was going to say that these 100 civil servants have disappeared from dealing with Brexit, and they've been shunted over to dealing with the virus.
Have they?
And, 100, they've just disappeared off the Brexit effort. And the
Are we not getting Brexit done anymore? Gosh, I really hope so, because, that way leads happiness.
Well, I did watch yet another Brexit committee proceedings.
Oh, you're joking.
That had Michael Gove as their guest.
Oh, my God.
And they were questioning him. And it was quite revealing, his reluctance to answer about the exact date that they have in mind as to...
For what?
Well, as to whether or not they're going to do... kind of abandon the idea of any kind of deal and go to WTO rules. Apparently, they have
I think they've already made their mind up, and their billionaire backers are insisting on it because they've made massive bets on markets that would, pre-coronavirus, of course, this virus has chucked everything up in the air. Now all their plans are in ruins. But I think that was and this is based on no information of any kind. This is just a gut feeling. But it doesn't mean to say it's not a fact. I think that the billionaires have made giant bets on markets that will pay off in the event of a no-deal Brexit. I think that's where we're hurtling towards. Here, Sally, I'm going to have to go. But my God, life must be boring in France if you're spending your time watching that. Well, we are here, there and everywhere, baby. From France, we'll go to Switzerland, Zurich. Sandy.
Hi, Nick.
Sandy.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, great. Thanks. I've just got some very short feedback for you because I heard that you like short calls. Just about the country.
Who told you that?
Just
you
about
heard that, did you?
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Just about countries that pay more tax being happier. It must be true because I've been in Switzerland for 25 years. Taxes are very low here, and I'm still waiting to see a happy person. So
in Switzerland,
I think there's some truth in
it. Okay, right. Yeah, I don't know where Switzerland ordinarily comes on the happiness index. They do very well with health, I think. All the sort of things that you would expect of the Swiss, working like clockwork, for instance. But Switzerland is an odd case.
Yes.
The entire country has just got banks and scenery. That's all they've got, right?
That's right.
Is it?
And lots of bicycles.
Really?
Yes.
I would have thought that Switzerland would be a bike place because it's so hilly.
I know, that's if you want to meet anybody, you have to join the Velo Club.
But just the way you said that implies that you haven't done that.
No, I haven't.
No.
No, yeah, they're very, there are lots of cyclists here.
I know they're very anti-car, aren't they? Or particularly anti-speeding. And I only know that because Top Gear used to say that all the time when Jeremy Clarkson was doing that show. They hated going to Switzerland.
Yeah, they've got speed cameras
they'd be
everywhere.
fined immediately they crossed the border, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's just a part of life. If you have a car, you will be fined very regularly. And
right. Yeah.
It's just, whether it's a speeding fine or a parking fine. And I suppose that's how it is.
Right.
But yeah.
So why have you spent 25 years why 25 years in Switzerland?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Well, I came here. I'm half Swiss, so I have my relatives here.
Right.
So I just sort of stayed, but I've had enough of it now.
Right. Well, if I were you, I'd stay where you are, because I think Switzerland is doing significantly better than we are. I think the only way up would be Germany, which will probably look exactly like where you are right now.
Yeah, it's Germany. People go shopping there quite often because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
And
right.
I mean, I don't know. England's not in the. I don't know how easy it would be to go and live there now.
I wouldn't think about it at the moment, Sandy. Give it a couple of years, a decade, something like that, and then call me back. All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Sandy. 0345 6060 973. France, then Switzerland, now Atlanta, Georgia. Graham.
You've got to work on your Georgia accent, Nick.
I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
Anyway,
you say it. You say Georgia. You say Georgia in the local dialect. Go ahead.
I'm from New England, so I can't say that.
Yeah, but you live in Georgia. You must know how they say it.
There's so many Yankees in Atlanta. There's no real. Well, there's the people who have been here, of course, have accents, but there's many accents also in the state. Like just like England, there's different dialects.
You're refusing to dance for me, aren't you? You just won't do it. All right, go ahead.
Say what
You're
now?
just not cooperating, Graham.
What are you talking about?
There you go.
Right.
Ding-a-ling-ding-ding.
Yeah, right. So little Richard died today. That's a shame. He was born in Macon, Georgia.
Right.
And the governor wanted to open up all the shops last week, and it's been quite good, actually. And, you mentioned not being able to go to the hospital. I went to the hospital on Tuesday and had I suppose a heart catheterization is a major affair. And I'm still walking around. And I had my virus test today in a drive-through.
And
the grocery stores are full of food.
No,
and,
what was the virus test like? Was it a swab test?
No, it was they stick basically an oar up your nose as far as it can go.
It's a swab test. Yeah, swab test.
Yeah, it goes all the way, scratches your eyeballs.
Yeah.
And, it goes up there. And so then they say in a couple of days you get the results, whether it's positive or negative. Now, when I was in the hospital, and this was not the last time, but a month ago, they gave me a test and tested me for a whole bunch of viruses, and apparently I didn't have any, but it wasn't the what I like to call the communist Chinese virus.
Yeah.
Which
I think you missed out the words. You missed out the word socialist there. You want to add socialist to communist and
whatever
Chinese.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Just don't do anything wrong when you go over there.
Right. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Do you get the feeling that people can't actually hear me? That when I'm speaking, they got no conception that I'm actually talking to them? I think we have a levels problem. Never mind, I'm a professional and I'll just work through it. That's what I heard about the swab test. It's not something that you could do yourself. And I think some of the tests that have been sent out for people to do themselves at home are swab tests. And I've said this a couple of weeks ago when I heard from a doctor what was involved. And I thought immediately, people are not going to be able to do this to themselves. because it hurts a lot. Incredibly uncomfortable. The instructions were to the doctor, jab it into their throat until they gag twice and up their nose until they start crying. People aren't going to be able to do that to themselves. They were going to buy puppies and speakers. You can make that up. Excellent work, Zora Suleiman. Just life's essentials. Puppies and speakers. 0345 6060 973. I can never go more than a couple of weeks without getting a brace of puppies. Carolyn emails, Niels Lofgren's middle name is Hilmer. That's where the confusion arose earlier. There was no confusion, Carolyn. He just got it wrong, that's all. Justin emails, I just watched the film Gorillas in the Mist and am now an authority of gorillaology. Hey, Justin, you've got an ology. Peter emails, I recently applied to 3 farms and I was turned down. I was given a massive explanation why, and basically the work is not guaranteed and so it's cash in hand. The farm is in the northeast. He was given a massive explanation why. How big was that explanation, by the way, Peter? The work's not guaranteed. Well, yeah, I wouldn't think so. You don't know how much stuff's to be picked and how long it's going to take to pick it. And it's cash in hand. I wouldn't be surprised. And the farmer's in the northeast. You don't say. Well, you say that as though that's the clincher. Oh, it's in the northeast. Well, forget that then. Not going there. This anonymous text says, Nick, you. That's it. That's all it says. Charles emails, Hi, Nick, who invented sayings? Who invented sayings? Who invented these? I won't even bother you with it. It's a listener with material which is not worth repeating. Never mind, 0345 6060 973. Greenwich, Akeem.
Oh, hi there. Finally, it's about time. I've been trying to get onto this line for ages. When you call earlier on and the next guy's on, you can't get they take your call and they tell you to wait, and I never get in. Yeah. But finally I have a say, and I could say
Unfortunately,
something.
we've just run out of time allotted to this call. What with all the whinging and the whining and the moaning. Oh, that shut him up, didn't it? Are you still there?
Yeah,
are you still there, mate? Okay,
yeah,
go ahead. Can't wait.
Yeah, so I could hear you clearly, number one. And secondly, I could do the test myself. I heard you talking about that earlier. I did it myself.
How do you know? How do you know?
Well, I'm a young man. I've been for an STD test, and the apparatus they use for the test is quite similar to that. So
I don't think so.
Something down your throat
I don't think so. STD test, that's got nothing like it.
I mean, well, the directions and the apparatus. I mean, if you could read and if you could use those things, if you've seen it before, obviously, I think you could do it.
Very much doubt it. I don't think people will be able to do it to themselves. But furthermore, I don't think people will do it themselves. If you give people a swab test to do, they're going to lightly dab the inside of their cheek and put it in a tube and send it off, and then get a false, quite potentially a false negative. People just won't do it thoroughly enough. I mean, I've met people, and I know that they won't.
Let me just tell you one thing as well. They give you a kind of a piece of tissue to kind of cough into. People are going to see that and just be confused, because I was sitting there for ages thinking, what is this tissue for?
Okay, well, where this is going, I don't want to go. So thanks a lot, Akeem. I'll just cut you off right there. I think I know where that one's going. 0345 6060 973. Phil tweets, Nick, are the government being ironic by making visitors to the UK go into quarantine? I would have thought banning anyone from leaving the UK would be a more responsible attitude towards the rest of the world. Well, that's a good point, Phil. Excellent point, well made. Yeah, it's like masks. Masks aren't to protect you from getting what other people have. Masks are to protect other people from getting what you have. So this entire country should be wearing a mask so we don't infect the rest of the world. We don't need to be protected from the rest of the world. The rest of the world needs to be protected from us. Unless you're America, in which case, it's a special case. Totally special. Alex tweets, who is your favourite chuckle brother? Barry or Paul? Do you think Boris could learn from them? I have got no idea. John says, for heaven's sake, no need to rub it in. We get it. We're thick-skinned, dumb and doomed. Germans are marvellous. Got it. You got my goat, says John. Who doesn't like to hear the truth. He can't handle the truth. I suspect he's one of those people that's still fighting the Second World War. Oh, God, if I hear another word about the Second World War, my brain's going to explode. Is there any country on earth that is more obsessed with their being on the winning side of something that happened 75 years ago? I mean, we didn't win the Second World War. We were on the side that won. And we just keep going on and on and on about it. And I bet Boris Johnson does exactly that tomorrow. The Blitz spirit and all that. God, it's excruciating. Let's have Lyon in France. David.
Yes, hello. Good morning. I would like to point out several things. Obviously, the last couple of months, I've been living in France for the last 20 years. I'm 52. I lived in England all my life beforehand, which has given me enough time to study very, very, very well the drawbacks and the advantages of either living in England or living in France. Now, the last couple of months, it has only served to confirm to me the list, pages long, of all the advantages which obviously have only been confirmed to me while living in France for the last couple of months. We've all understood, we've all had time to take pleasure, to be out more in the nature, to appreciate nature, not to be at work, to appreciate what you would call family life, to appreciate the village atmosphere, which is basically something everyone, either in England or in France, have been able to take time to appreciate. But what's something which
this is a very long way around to getting to your point. What's your point,
yes,
David?
My point at the moment is, what I can't understand is, I have phoned several colleagues who work in England, and I told them, look at all the advantages you have living in France. The numerous advantages we have at the moment were being served and helped by
like
the government.
What? Better bread? More space?
For example, this morning we received, each resident in our town received this morning an envelope with 7 masks inside, which had been beautifully tailored on top of that by a factory nearby, which belongs to LVMH, which belongs actually down back to Louis Vuitton, the factories who manufacture Louis Vuitton. 7 masks in an envelope in order for us to use, which can be washed, and every month we will receive an envelope. Now, for example, I asked a colleague in England, but obviously what advantages, why should anyone be thankful to Boris at all for what he's doing? So my colleague says in England, yes, but do you realize we have furlough in England? Now, this confirms to me the ignorance English people have at the moment regarding of what goes on in other countries. Do people actually realize that in France, if somebody is unemployed, right, even if he has 100,000, £1 million in his bank account, anyone who's made unemployed immediately goes into something what you call chômage technique, which means he gets obviously a dole for being unemployed, which doesn't exist in England if he has, I think, more than £35,000 in his bank account. So I said, so these people in England are saying, yes, we got to appreciate for everything that Boris is doing for us. But they don't understand that actually when you go to France, this was absolutely something which the government only had to click a button and say, all this type of chômage technique will automatically apply to anyone who's not working. When in England they had to try to invent something because it has never existed. In
okay, I get it. There's almost every other country on earth is handling this crisis better than we are. I understand that. Thanks for that, David. I think my colleague James O'Brien put this really well. He tweeted today, and I won't get it word for word, but it was more or less that there's a significant number of people that refuse to believe, that actually get irate when it's suggested that Boris Johnson isn't handling this very well, because it suggests that he might not have handled that, as in Brexit, very well. And it's essentially this cult idea that I keep putting forward. We don't have political leaders anymore. We've got cult figures, but certainly in America and in this country and in places like Brazil and here, there and everywhere, baby. They aren't political leaders anymore. They're cult leaders. It's like a religion. And to suggest that they get anything wrong is to attack the dear leader, who is beyond criticism, because they had their best interests at heart on one issue, this we'd rather not be surrounded by foreigners issue, which is what that was. Don't pretend it wasn't. But because they agree with him on that we want to stop all those people from coming over here, then he must be right about everything, because they are all in with the dear leader. We're all living in Donald Trump's world now. It's painful. Steve texts, when Jacob Rees-Mogg refers to his nanny, do you think he means a goat? Who knew, says Steve. Well, those old Etonians are known for their weirdness. Lynn says, I wish I bought a telescope when I retired on New Year's Eve. I could be sitting up all night watching the sky without pollution. Yes, there's literally dozens of stars up there, Lynn. All of a twinkle. And this says, if Boris stands there tomorrow and says, let's get COVID done, I'll scream. Well, you might want to scream now to avoid delay later. Get your screaming in now, avoid the rush. Here's a call in Oxford. Leslie.
Hello.
Leslie.
Just to phone back, I had the test done on Thursday just because the hospital are offering tests so they can get markers to validate their test, basically. So I had the throat swab. Yeah, I could not do that myself. And the nose swab was really painful. That made your blooming eyes water. So, yeah, no, that will be impossible too.
Yeah, and then people just won't do it.
And then a blood antibody test, which that will take a couple of months. But, yeah, they're kind of validating their machine so they can do reliable antibody tests.
A couple of months?
They're working on things, which is encouraging.
Not really, no.
My other point is, this is two other points. Number one, face masks. I wouldn't wear a face mask because I think you have to kind of, they need to be safe for the NHS, like for frontline workers.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Secondly, you need to wear them correctly and wash them frequently. So...
Yeah, I think that people have got the wrong idea about face masks. I think that people have got the wrong idea about the purpose of a face mask. We're not talking about respirators, that's different. A face mask is to stop other people getting what you've got. It's not going to protect you from getting what other people have got, not those flimsy paper face masks.
If you wear it incorrectly, then you could risk catching kind of thing. So, yeah, I wouldn't wear a face mask for that reason. And my other
well, it's not going to make you more susceptible to catch something, is it?
Well, if you don't wear it correctly, if you don't wash it, then you might pick something else up. There's that risk.
Right, but wash it then. That's the answer. Wash it, or just reuse it. Don't reuse it. Throw them away. Get disposable ones.
Then my other point is, why are the government sort of so much like why are they so much hinging all their hopes on the vaccine? Why is there not talk in the news of them hinging on cures and remedies as well? Because if given choice,
because none may arrive. Yeah, none may arrive. I don't think they're hinging. They're pinning their hopes on either of those two things.
I would not take a vaccine if I had the option of a cure or medication. I would go for medication rather than the vaccine because I prefer to get my own immunity.
Yeah, but your own immunity might leave you dead, Leslie.
I got a strong immunity. I'm pretty confident.
OK, well, good luck with that confidence. 0345 6060 973. Medical expert there on the phone. She's completely confident. Not going to wear a mask, not going to take a vaccine, none of that. It's just going to bounce right off her. Yeah, good luck with that, Leslie. So, one of the things that people are going to be doing, it seems to me, I mean, the changes in life have been fast-forwarded at least 10 years. It could have changed at a slow pace, life, the way we live our lives, but it's all been fast-forwarded. Many different changes are going to be happening to us that could have taken a really, really long time, that may happen all of a sudden. I think automation is a big one. All of those jobs that are just repeating the same thing over and over again, like working in a warehouse or driving vans and cars and delivering things, and the effect of those jobs being automated might have been spread over a decade or more, but I think that's going to happen all of a sudden. It's going to add to people's woes, really, because jobs that people thought were secure suddenly aren't going to be. But one of the good things might be everybody is freed from working in offices and everything that comes with that. One of which is the necessity to live near where you work. I mean, can you imagine the effect on house prices in towns and in the countryside if people who now live near towns because they have to for work could just live anywhere they liked? You could live up a mountain and essentially still work in the city of London, thereby making prices in the mountain area more expensive and prices around London cheaper, which would level up the economy, which is one of the things that Boris Johnson was banging on about while encouraging us to vote for him. I think all of that levelling up stuff may have gone out the window as far as government-led projects go, but it might just happen anyway, just because of the difference in our lives now. And estate agents are reporting a rise in the number of inquiries from buyers looking to move out of the city, this is particularly London, and relocate to the countryside. I mean, the estate agents' businesses are in the doldrums at the moment, but you can understand why people would want to do that. They've suddenly realised that this fantasy about working from home has come true. Finally, we've been able to do it without the boss thinking that we're going to just skive off and get up at noon and eat biscuits watching TV all day. I mean, there is evidence to suggest that people actually get more done when they work at home. Some Canadian thing just came out. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, I can't find it. You're going to have to take my word for it. People could get the legal right to work from home, and also it's suggested that working from home increases productivity. This is according to a survey in Canada. And people are going to move out, and with all of the consequences of that, both good and bad. Yeah, I just get the feeling that changes in the way we lead our lives that could have taken 20 years are going to happen in 20 days. And the estate agent Rightmove reported a noticeable surge in those looking to move to the countryside after comparing property searches last month with April last year. I mean, the thought that we could work from home has occurred to people, but I bet that almost none of us has had the nerve to actually ask to do it. Bosses would have been unwilling to allow their workforce not to come into the office because those bosses know what they would do in their employees' shoes. Get up at noon and have a martini for breakfast. But for jobs that are based around a computer, which most non-manual labour jobs are, that argument doesn't hold much water. I mean, of course, they're right to be concerned that their workforce won't do any actual work unless they're supervised, but they will be supervised, even if they work at home. They get supervised whether they're sitting in an expensive, densely packed building in the centre of town or not. In fact, most people will work harder. I mean, if you've got something that you would like to have finished by Monday, for instance, you wouldn't actually go into the office on a Sunday, would you? You'd just have to do that work on the Monday when you get in, and it will eat into Monday's hours, which will leave less time to do Monday's tasks. But if you work at home, what's the difference in putting a few hours in on a Sunday morning if it's going to make Monday easier? I bet people will actually work harder if they work at home. And plus there's the commute. Millions of people spend an hour going into work and an hour coming back. And if you add that to the time it takes to put yourself together first thing in the morning, and it's about 3 hours lost every day. Even if you do get a seat on a train and your phone is charged up, you aren't really going to be doing your best work surrounded by distractions, by which I mean morons. So the idea that you can work while you're commuting in is not really a starter. And if you didn't commute any further than your living room, that's 3 hours saved a day. 3 hours times 5 days is an extra 2 days of work you would have the time for every week. That's amazing. And then there's the tiredness that's involved with waking up at 6:30 to get to the office by 9. I mean, if you woke up at 8:45, just think how much more rested you'd be, how much more sharp you'd feel. And then there's the amount of money you'd save. I mean, people spend thousands getting to work. Some pay £5,000 a year to squash onto a train that they won't be able to sit down on. Or the car journeys in and out and all the expense that entails. And then you add that to the cost of buying lunch, say it's £5 a day, and you get a coffee and a sandwich for that in one of the billions of coffee shops that exist to serve the lunchtime workers. I mean, have you actually added up what that costs a year? It's frightening. Assuming you take 2 weeks off, a £5 on lunch a day is £1,250 a year. And then there's the clothes you've got to buy just to make yourself presentable at work. And they're clothes that you would never normally buy if you didn't have to, and you'd never wear unless you felt you needed to. I mean, shall we say anything from £500 to £1,000, depending on how well you want to look? And there's the incidental spending that you do when you've had a terrible day and you want to cheer yourself up, or a fantastic day and you want to celebrate. There's flowers and chocolates and a new belt and shoes and a magazine and sunglasses, and you add all that up and it's no wonder we haven't got any money. I mean, when you think about it, the way most of us work is completely insane. Talk about a life out of balance. And that's not to mention the positive effects that working from home will have on the relationship you're in. If you can't live with the person you've chosen without you being apart for most of the time, then you probably made a bad choice. And it would be better to know that sooner rather than later. And then there's the effect on the environment of not commuting. Nature's been begging us to stop ever since we noticed a thing called climate change. I mean, at first, nature was warning us politely, a subtle cough to attract our attention, and our response was to stick our fingers in our ears and say, "We're not listening." And so the cough became louder, and still we ignored it, and eventually nature will shrug its shoulders and brush us off, like dandruff on its shoulder. Because the dangers of climate change haven't gone away. In fact, if the worst predictions come true, then the impact of this virus will seem like a mosquito bite by comparison. Try ending a lockdown if there's water up past your front door. So all these sped up changes that are happening really quickly, like working from home, travelling less, polluting less, buying less, throwing less away, with all these changes are potentially great. They'll probably save many more lives than coronavirus will take. But any fast change can cause great hardship. All revolutions affect some people badly. And if offices start to thin out, so will the army of people and businesses that have emerged to save them. The coffee shops, shirt shops, chocolate shops, flower sellers, newsagents, newspapers, umbrella manufacturers, pubs and bars in and around offices and restaurants, and basically everything that's not food you cook yourself and stuff you get on Amazon. We might actually sleepwalk into a world where the only people that have got any money are the supermarkets, whose biggest operators are German, American, Qatari, and then divvied up between the forces of evil that are hedge funds, and Jeff Bezos, who has so much money he has to throw it away in space just to make more room for the money he's making. He's going to live on Mars. Can you imagine how much a season ticket to there costs? Hope he gets good Wi-Fi.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I enjoyed listening to your show over the weekends. It's good fun. Anyway, just a bit of food for thought more than anything. Singapore, obviously, they've handled this really, really well. We're a small island of 6 million people. So if you think of it in the numbers, I'm going to give the UK 10 times the size. So we've got 22,000 cases here, 1,100 in hospital. There's only been 20 deaths and 2,200 and something have been discharged from hospital. The majority of the cases have been in what they call the dormitories, which is the dormitories are where all the overseas workers, the guys who build roads, do building.
Yeah.
People from the less fortunate countries, shall we say, they come in and they do all the work, build the buildings, do the roads, and they live in these dormitories, sort of 7 to 12 people in a room, and there's 180,000 of them. Out of the 22,000 cases, I think it's about 18,500 cases have come from these dormitories now. So it's spreading like wildfire. The country has locked them down, or what we call a circuit breaker here. So really the question is, does the herd mentality or the herd immunity actually, is that a proof it's working? Because not one of those people in the dormitories has died.
Singapore is an unusual case, as you pointed out. There is a massive disparity of the distribution of wealth. There's a lot of quite well-off people, and
but it's not. That's not
very, very poor people.
These guys are locked down. These guys are completely locked down, living in a small room, 7 to 12 people. There's 180,000 of them. 18,000 of them have now been tested positive for the virus. The Prime Minister even came on the TV 10 days ago. Not one of them has died because they're the ages between 25 and late 30s. I mean, what they've done here is they've made sure that the elderly and the more vulnerable have been completely locked down to take care of them. So I suppose the question really is this circuit breaker lockdown, like I keep having to watch on Sky News every day, which just I want to throw a brick through the TV. They never talk about any positives. They never talk about anything that's actually on the other side. They just talk about death and doom and gloom all the time.
Yeah.
So I just wonder, though.
Well, that's ratings. Death and doom and gloom is ratings.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys should be tried in court. It's criminal what they're doing, but that's another story.
Yeah, but Mike, you just admitted that you watch it all day long. You can't take your eyes off it, can you?
Not all day long.
See, it works.
Because I'm very used to watching Sky News to see if Mrs. Miggins' cat got stuck up a tree in Wandsworth last week. You know, so I was just curious what you thought. Herd mentality or lockdown, which is the best way? Because by the numbers are proving it, right? 18,000 guys have got it, and not one of them's died yet.
Well, as you mentioned at the beginning, Singapore is an unusual case, and we can't really compare ourselves to an island nation that is very well off.
You can compare yourself to people living in a square room, 7 to 12 people. There's no social distancing there.
Well, I don't really see what point you're making. I mean, you've already told us why there's so few deaths. It's because the people in those poor areas, in those poor areas are younger. That's the reason they're not being affected, because it doesn't really affect younger people very much.
No, they're not. They're not in poor areas. It's where they live. It's where they live and work. It's their dormitories. It's where they go and stay every night. You know, they're like big apartments.
If they're sharing a room with 15 other people, that rather implies that they're poor.
Well, they can't afford to maybe move into their own apartment. Let's put it like that.
Mike, if somebody is in a room with 15 other people, they are poor. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't matter where they're living in the world. You are poor if you're sharing a room with 15 other people.
Yes, but if you're sharing a room with 15 other people and not one person's dying, is social distancing and the lockdown necessary?
Yes, but the point that you've already answered that question by dint of them being younger.
Yeah, so then the overall question is, should the lockdown continue? Should this continue, or should we just let it go out? Because we're going to go out into the community when this is partly over, and as people have mentioned already, it's going to come back again.
Okay, well, my personal feeling is no, it shouldn't, if that's the answer that you're looking for. Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. But I would advise you to listen to the government and act on their instructions. Because what else am I going to say? Of course you should. Use your common sense. Just think, what would Jacob Rees-Mogg do? Let's have Belsize Park. Judy.
Hello. Please don't talk about what Jacob Rees-Mogg would do. I'm phoning about the swab tests. And I have to preempt what I'm saying with what you always say. I don't know what I'm talking about. But in this case, I actually do know what I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm very concerned that people might be tempted to buy these swab tests that are being issued by people who really should not be issuing them, because, as you said, doing it yourself, you are not doing it correctly. I know somebody who I know very, very well had a proper swab test done at a hospital the other day, and she said it was one of the worst things ever.
I know. I spoke to an actual doctor, and he had it done. And he said it was just absolutely appalling. Well, so people are not going to be able to do it to themselves.
No, she was virtually fighting with the nurse. As a reaction, she just couldn't help it. The thing that goes up your nose doesn't just go up your nose. It goes up your nose and through whichever bits of tubing you've got at the top of your nose and down the back.
I apologise, ladies and gentlemen. She said tubing. Oh.
And the one down your throat is not just the back of your tongue. It actually goes down the back of your throat. And I defy anybody to do that to themselves.
They won't. They won't be able to do it to themselves.
No. So, but as I said, the reason I'm ringing is that I've seen advertisements and I've heard people saying, I can send off for a swab test and then send off and they'll give me the result. But the results are going to show that you're negative because nobody's going to do this properly.
No, you'll just dab your tongue lightly with a swab and then you'll put it in a tube and you'll post it off, confident that you've done it right. But you won't have done it right.
No. And they may not. I mean, there is a terrible thing now that people are taking advantage of all this awfulness that's going on.
Oh, yeah, well.
And there may be people advertising these tests that, you think they're genuine. They cannot possibly be a genuine do-it-yourself one. That's all I'm trying to explain.
Okay. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Judy. But it's worse than that, actually, because the test results are taking 10 days to come back from the lab. Even the ones that the government itself are undertaking, coronavirus test results are taking up to 10 days to come back from the lab. This is the government's testing hotline telling patients that that's the case. Under a government scheme announced last month, test results from drive-through sites were to be sent out by text within 2 days and within 72 hours of collection of the home delivery tests. But an operator at the NHS coronavirus testing call centre told a concerned patient that tests are taking, quotes, about 7, possibly 10 days due to high volume. Well, who could have possibly predicted a high volume of tests? Apart from anyone that had thought about it for 2 seconds. And this information came shortly after Health Secretary Matt Hancock said that he met his much vaunted target of 100,000 coronavirus tests a day, a target that he set himself. It was a self-inflicted wound. He told us the government would be testing 100,000 a day, and even the date on which it would happen. So there was this target that had to be met, or massive egg on face. And he didn't meet it. So tests that hadn't even been carried out, that had just been sent out and the post were included to make up that 100,000. So he could say mission accomplished, when it hadn't been. And then the figure nosedived the following week. I mean, you could call it creative accounting or an assault on the truth. The number of tests carried out fell by more than 40% in the 4 days following the announcement that he'd made the 100,000. Which rather implies that the announcement of great success was just a distraction to get us to stop yelling about personal protection equipment. I'm sure they're still having problems with that, but we haven't heard much about it on the news because we've moved on. Now we're talking momentarily about the 100,000, and now it's about when we're going to be released from lockdown. Is PPE, has that problem been solved? It's like a Jedi mind trick, isn't it? These are not the statistics that you're looking for. And now we find that what tests we do are pretty much useless, because they will only tell you if you had the virus a week and a half ago. I mean, what are you going to do with that information? Not go to work in a hospital or go out to see your granny a week and a half ago. It's a bit late for that. We need a test that you can take every day at home without the need for swabbing, which is difficult and painful and involves tubes, and people won't do it right. It needs to be an easy test, and the results need to be immediate, and the test should be reusable. You should have to do it every day. Only then will you get a picture of what's happening. Because at the moment, we're just flailing around in the dark. You know those things that you see in American films, piñatas? They hang a stuffed donkey from a tree, and then they blindfold a kid and give him a bat, then he just has to swing around in the dark, hoping that he's going to make contact. That's what we're like now. It's like we've shuttered every house in the land because there's a spider in one bathtub, location unknown. The whole world's gone crazy. Christine emails, is the Pussycat video the one where the ginger kitten locks the mastiff in the pen? Yes, it is. That is one clever kitty, says Christine, who is missing the funny sound bites. Yeah, me too. But, you know, we've all got to suffer, Christine. Romford, hello, Mark.
Nick Abbott, how you doing?
Mark, good, thanks.
You're a funny guy, Nick. Nick,
thanks.
Serious question. Let me ask you straight, Nick. You know, I can't believe I finally got through to you, Nick, after all this time. You are a funny guy, Nick. Let me ask you one question, though, straight up. You know...
Yeah, here it comes. Mm-hmm.
No, serious question.
Yeah,
you know,
go on.
Nick, you know all the fellas on the radio, on the news, on the Sky News, you come on the radio and you just tell it straight as it is. But no one ever sees you on the political broadcast or anything. Why is that? Because... do they not want you on there because you talk the truth all the time, or what is it?
No, I don't want to be on there because I don't want to be on any of those broadcasts because I would embarrass myself. Those broadcasts are populated by people with giant brains, like James O'Brien, for instance. I can't live with those people. I'm just a bloke who mucks about on the radio.
But you know, Nick, I see the people on the radio, and they come on the Sky News and the press previews, and they're on all the political broadcasts. And because is it because they have one certain agenda to push? But you come on the radio and just tell it straight like it is, and swear to God, Nick. I work all over.
Okay, well, that's very nice of you to say so, Mark, but I am going to stay in my lane. I know my limits. This is it. Thanks very much. 0345 6060 973. Simon texts, how come none of my texts get read anymore? I used to regularly get one read. I could understand if there were better ones, but you read one out that just said, Nick, you. Sadly, I can't blame Brexit anymore, says Simon. This says, Nick, could we get free goats from the government and ride them to work? Well, that is an excellent suggestion. Get Boris Johnson on the phone. Pete says, sounding better tonight. Have you put some carpet down? Well, it's funny you should say that. Yes, I have. I am sitting on a chair that's sitting on a rug. Has it really made a difference? Wow. Non-modern technology, eh? All it took was a bit of smelly old rug. Let's have a call in Liverpool. Tommy.
Hello, Nick. How are you? All right.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Do you think it's rocket science for people to stay in?
and people have got to stay in, haven't they? It really matters, doesn't it?
Well, now we've chosen this path, yes, it does. If we had chosen the path of Sweden, for instance...
I think that's chosen us. It's not rocket science. Even the professionals don't know what they're on about. So it hasn't not rocket science us. To say, stay in.
Stop saying that. Stop saying rocket science. Right, it hasn't chosen us. Listen to me. We chose it. Initially, we went down the taking it on the chin route, which I suppose you could say was where Sweden went. Now, you either pick a route and stick to it, or you do what we did and pick a road and then decide, oh, no, not this road, and we go back to the beginning and then we pick the other road, by which time the lockdown thing was too...
I don't think no one chose a road. You've got to stay in. It's a pandemic.
I am talking...
And someone your age has got to stay in.
Be quiet, Tommy. Good grief. We didn't choose it. The government is choosing it for us. That surely is obvious. We're not selecting this. The government is selecting it for us. We're just following instructions.
That's all. It's common sense, isn't it? It's a pandemic.
But it's not common sense.
It's not that we've run out of bread in Tesco's. It's serious. It's so serious. And when I hear people talking who haven't got a clue, and I'm talking about the people who are so-called geniuses haven't got a clue, then you've got to work it out yourself.
Well, we're not working it out ourselves. We are following instructions, and it's not obvious.
Well, look at Hyde Park. No one's taking instructions. It's the individuals have got to do it, and this is serious. This isn't a joke, is it?
You're not imparting new information, Tommy. We know it's serious, but Sweden is having a better virus period than we are, and nobody got locked down at all. The restaurants are still open, the bars are still open, people are going to the shops, they're doing hot Swedish things to each other, and there's fewer illnesses and there's fewer deaths per head of population than we have here. So explain that to me, I double dare you.
He knows how it's getting caught. Oh, it's 2 meters. It's a load of baloney. So the thing is, you've got to look after yourself and you've got to stay safe. Plus, you can do it at the sides. No, but you've got to.
Look after yourself and stay safe, Tommy. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Where the government went wrong was choosing a road, then they lost their nerve, and then they went back to the beginning and chose the other road, by which time it was too late. If we'd chosen the lockdown period early and we'd done what Germany has done and tested, like we were told over and over and over again, then we wouldn't be in this mess. The second worst country in the world after America. Curious that, we and the States, that Boris Johnson and his best buddy in the whole wide world, Donald Trump, should be at the absolute forefront of the worst countries dealing with this mess. That's the nature of the special relationship. Twinned in vaunting stupidity. Let's have Manchester. Louise.
Hi there, Nick. Thanks for the show. Have a laugh, and then I'm enlightened by things you say as well. Okay, post offices. Now, they don't seem to be running as good as they used to do. Two things, actually. The first one, I'll go with the virus in the mail thing. Where I live, the backlog at most of the post offices, they're running way behind. So that's one. Well, yeah, where I live, they are. I've been told at the post office, yep. And,
well, you mean you're getting your post late? Is that what you mean?
Well, no, that's the sorting office are having backlogs in mail.
Oh, right.
That's what, yeah. And the second one is, I have posted mail to go from this country to Italy. We tracked it because I sent it tracked, and it ended up in my old stomping ground of Australia. So I sent it. I know. What? I know. Yeah, yes, absolutely. My family and I tracked it. It showed up on my computer as in Australia. No joke.
That's a well-travelled package.
12,000 miles. So I don't know whether it dropped off at Italy at any point. I don't know. But it was clearly sent to Italy, not Australia. So I sent it again. And it vanished into the ether again. So I've got my grave doubts about, and it was to the Pope about the Charlemagne Prize. So you can see how long ago it was now, because the Pope received the Charlemagne Prize a couple of years ago now. So I was sending to the Vatican, and it ended up in Australia. So
you were sending what to the Vatican?
I was sending a congratulatory to the Pope for his awarding. They awarded him the Charlemagne Prize.
Right. What's that?
It's for good doing. What you would expect people to do in the world.
Doesn't that rather come with the job? I mean, aren't you expected to do good being the Pope?
Well, if you're
they have to give him a special prize. So what did you send him in the post?
I sent him a letter and I sent him also a booklet that was relevant to my family. And it was
right. Have you heard the word of the Lord? Did it have that printed on the front of it? One of those pamphlets.
It was no. It's about Jacobean history, to be honest. And
wow, that's okay. Well, my brain switched off when you said Jacobean. Thanks for that. All right, I got to go. Cheers, Jake. Cheers, Louise. Jake. Louise, 0345 6060 973. I'll see if I can cram some of these calls in. Uxbridge, Jake.
Jay, it's Jay. How you doing, Nick?
Jay, can I call you Jake?
You can call me Jake, no problem. It's all right, man.
Right. So, what's up, Jake?
So, Nick, basically, today was my son's first birthday. So I celebrated Ding, exactly. I celebrated my son's first birthday today in the best isolation I could. But I reckon we got this whole thing wrong, man, with the coronavirus. Because if we look at Sweden, we look at how they dealt with it, we look at how they've approached it, it just shows that they've done it in a better way. And I think we've just done everything in a knee-jerk reaction, not really looking at what we could look at, just kind of following what the public's emotions have asked for, and we've just done what that is. Basically.
I think if we were going to go this route, then we should have decided at the very beginning, and we should have done what Germany has done. We should have done what we were told to do by the World Health Organization and every expert that has actually looked at this, and they said it in 3 words. Test, and we still aren't doing it.
But Nick, we never had the capacity to test in the first place.
Well, then that's something that the previous administration needs to be held to account on. If only we hadn't spent the last 10 years being led by a Labour government under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn. Oh no, wait a minute, that's right. It wasn't him, and it wasn't them. It's the Tories that have been in power for the last 10 years. So I expect it will be their fault then.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel either way, if it was a Labour government in charge or a Conservative government in charge, they would have done the same mistakes that have occurred.
Well, that's not an assumption that you can confidently make, because we just don't know.
I'm sure. But I reckon, in my best guess, that it would have happened either way. Because
right, speaking of somebody who just doesn't know, that's your guess. Okay, good guess. Thanks a lot, Jake. I've got to go.